Okay, everyone here? Good evening and welcome to the San Bruno City Council meeting of May the 10th, 2022. At this time, the meeting has been called to order. May I please have roll call?
Councilmember Hamilton?
Here.
Councilmember Marty Medina?
Here.
Councilmember Salazar?
Here.
Vice Mayor Mason?
Here.
Mayor Rico Medina?
Here. Thank you. If you all would join me in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. We will now move on to public comments for items not on the agenda. Members of the public will be allowed up to 3 minutes for items that are not on tonight's agenda. The policy of the council to refer matters raised in this forum to staff for investigation and or appropriate action. The Brown Act prohibits the council from discussing or acting upon any matter not agendized pursuant to state law. At this time, if you could please raise your virtual hands, and we will then have the Lupita bring you in one by one. And again, this would be the opportunity for public comment for items not on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, I see 2 hands up. The first one is a phone number. Last 3 digits are 970. I will unmute you and bring you in. Can you please unmute yourself? Hello? Okay.
Hello, good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Thank you for your attention. This is Miriam Shalit, the Programming Manager for the City of San Bruno. I worked here for 14.5 years. I'm here to call attention to what I believe are negative issues facing the mid-management staff. First off, let's talk about low pay. Many of the mid-managers make 10% or below the county median. There's a lack of ability to attract and retain staff due to this low pay. To hire many of the newest employees, such as the HR management analyst and the IT manager as 2 examples, the city has had to raise their pay between $8,000 and $10,000 a year. Morale and the ability to work at peak levels are both suffering because of added stress and more work due to the many open positions. Now, back in July, City Council gave the city manager a 6% pay increase. You also gave the city attorney a 6% pay raise. Now, this happened while the mid-managers had a pay freeze. In San Mateo County, the Nurses Association just received a 7% raise this year, plus a 5% raise in spring of 2023 and a 5% raise in 2024. At the last City Council meeting, City Council voted to pay $3 million to consultants to do work for the city since there aren't enough people to get the work done in a timely fashion. Most of the mid-managers here for the City of San Bruno worked in the office throughout the pandemic. That means coming into the office and getting exposed to COVID. That was with a pay freeze. The city has the $400,000 it would take to bring the mid-management group up to the median in the county. It is time to bring the mid-management bargaining unit up to San Mateo County standards. It's time that we get decent salary increases for the mid-management bargaining unit. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Okay, I will now be bringing in Dennis Bosch. Give me 1 moment, please. Dennis, whenever you're ready.
Mic check, please. Can you hear me?
Good. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. My name is Dennis Bosch, and I'm your Deputy Director of Public Works. I have worked 32 years for the city, 18 of which I also served as a reserve police officer, where I was honored and happy to risk my life for free. I've been nominated by the members of the Local 350 Mid-Management Group as the point person to deliver the letter that I will now read, signed by 32 staff, or all that could be contacted for in-person signatures, out of the total active 36 members. For info, there are currently, and at first ever at one time, 10 vacant positions with another person leaving within 2 weeks. Now the letter. Dear City Council, on behalf of the Local 350 Management Group, we thank you for taking the time to listen to our plea for wage equity. As leaders, you approved a raise for our city managers and others. After all, the employees were advised there was no money. You therefore made a hard decision and identified the importance of pay equity as a fundamental responsibility as custodians of city government. You understand that by paying a competitive living wage, you create stability for your organization and residents. You now have a similar opportunity on your hands with our mid-management staff that manage many critical operations within the city. Your citywide Local 350 Managers Group has not forgotten that we work for the citizens of San Bruno, and it is our job from a management perspective to carry out the services that the city provides. However, due to a multitude of net effects to the bargaining group and an unsuccessful overall business model where the city year after year is stated to have no money for employee compensation, we the hardworking undersigned staff, respectfully demand that the council take action to address and remedy the following long-standing issues. 1. Salaries. A compensation plan that compensates members at median. The group's average has historically been 15% below the median for approximately 3 years. Currently, some positions are 18 to 24% below median. Inflation is at all-time high. 2. Work classifications. Lack of discussing or identifying compensation for certain positions that the city states there are no equivalents for salary comparisons. Something must be decided. Work conditions and morale. Low compensation has caused the highest amount of turnover in 30 years. This turnover therefore puts abnormal stress on remaining employees to absorb the workload of vacated positions, while needing to continue the normal workload of their original position, then recruit and train new staff, and then take time and contend with new program state mandates or other requests. All these facts have devastated morale, made staff feel overworked, get discouraged, and then feel no other choice than to leave employment with the city. 4. Setting priorities and making hard decisions. Every city in the county has fallen on hard times. Other cities have made a rebound by making those hard decisions to make sure that they can deliver city services and retain staff. San Bruno is the only city to continually not have enough money to carry out its business, keep a healthy reserve, and have enough money to competitively compensate and retain its employees. In closing, and to refer to Maslow's hierarchy and pyramid of needs, human beings need to know that the first level of psychological needs of nourishment, shelter, clothing, and other basic necessities are secure. If not, human beings are incapable of riding up the pyramid to higher levels of production, happiness, belonging, and feeling respected. So if staff are not appreciated, respected, and compensated to a point where they feel secure and safe, they will continue to leave the places where there's prospect of having support of the city leaders. It is only a matter of time until this happens. So we as a group urge you as city leaders to remedy these long-standing issues. Thank you, and we await your response. And I apologize for going a couple seconds over. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks, and I probably didn't want to pause you, but I appreciate your comments at the end. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Alexander Melendrez. I will now bring the Alexander in.
Hello, San Bruno City Council and city staff. It's been a while since I've been here at City Council to make a public comment, which is, probably only been like 2 months or so. But I did want to make a couple comments on the month of May. Why is that? Because May is an important month for a few different awarenesses and a general acknowledgement of a few different things. May is Affordable Housing Month. We all know that the need for affordable housing is extremely critical in our county, in our city, and that we have a lot of work to do, especially here in the Bay Area and the Peninsula, to meet the urgent need of the housing shortage. And that is the need for deeply affordable units is by far a significant endeavor that we all must contribute to. That being said, and because I haven't been at some of the housing element meetings that our city has hosted, based on some of the feedback I've received in my role as an organizing manager for EMB Action, I've heard very positive feedback based on the city's housing element thus far. especially some of the work done by city staff and the work that the city council has done to expand the list of sites and potential to meet the housing shortage. Some of the other things I would like to highlight, and I know this is in the announcements and presentations, I would like to thank the City Council for the incoming proclamation for the Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. I am half Afghan, and this is an important recognition to myself and my community, especially given some of the public discourse around stopping AAPI hate, and also the proclamation for Mental Health Awareness Month. It's something that is deeply personal to me, as well as the countywide mayoral initiative for mental health awareness. I had a family member who has experienced significant mental health issues, and unfortunately it caused her to pass on a while ago, which the City Council I should thank for ending a City Council meeting in her honor. Those are all my comments. I appreciate the work you guys do in public service. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Okay, I will now bring in Ross Shuratov. Ross, whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'm here to piggyback off of what Dennis Bosch had mentioned. My name is Ross Shuratov, and I'm your Facilities and Fleet Manager. Before I delve into the core reasoning for this letter and why I speak to you, I would like to express my full confidence in your ability to make difficult decisions, as we've made them together on various projects and emergencies. I have absolutely no doubt that the city with a heart has a desire to create an equitable and fair work environment for our staff. This is just one of the many reasons I take pride in being part of this amazing organization, and the reason I would like to bring this matter of mid-management contracts to your attention. Unquestionably, life is never fair and negotiations are rough for both parties, as each party will need to make a compromise to reach a goal. With that in mind, after reviewing the recent salary survey during our fact-finding periods, we couldn't help notice that our mid-management group is by far the lowest paid group, down in some cases of 18 to 24% from the median salaries when compared to the region. This begs the question, how does this impact the city and staff? The result of these discrepancies is higher than normal turnover, record levels of vacancy, increased workloads and stress on the remaining staff. The issues further compounded during the recruitment period where the city has difficulty attracting talented professionals to apply. All in all, a tough period for all parties involved. And there is no easy answer, no doubt. It's going to be a difficult decision that has to be made. Over the last 2 years, our managers have been challenged with unimaginable scenarios, unprecedented times. However, no matter what the differences between the two parties, we have a common responsibility, which is we take pride in the city of San Bruno. Based on this one common belief, I firmly believe by focusing on the goal, we will find a solution to get the mid-management level group back on track while also building a solid foundation for the city's future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Ted Chapman. Ted, whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Ted Chapman. I am your Street and Storm Division Service Manager. I have worked for the city for almost 24 years now, and I'm speaking to you tonight to show my support for the letter presented to all of you by the mid-management group. Our group is the leaders of the backbone of this city. It is time that the City Council address the issues of our bargaining unit group that is far below median in the pay compared to other agencies on the peninsula. I ask you to please help resolve this issue. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next speaker, please. Can we bring in the next speaker, please?
Good evening, Mayor Medina and City Council members. My name is Barbara Bruxport. I am Library Services Manager at San Bruno's Public Library. I am primarily responsible for programs and services for the children of San Bruno. I've been serving San Bruno residents for 14 and 1/2 years. I bring excellent qualifications to this position. I have 25 years of public service experience. I have a master's degree in library and information science, as is required for my classification, and I have a bachelor's degree in physics. It has been my privilege to partner with San Bruno City departments and community organizations. It has been a delight to support San Bruno youth as they learn to read, excel in school, volunteer at the library, become even Community Foundation scholarship recipients, and become successful adults. I have loved watching the youth of this community grow up. I have poured not only my competence, but also my creativity and heart into creating a better, more connected San Bruno for all residents. I do this work with San Bruno City staff. I rely on the library team and my colleagues throughout the city to create the services that the library provides. Below market pay harms our ability to keep existing staff and to hire new staff to replace those that leave. It is difficult to get work done while staff positions go unfilled. And beyond even that, turnover disrupts the services we would like to provide to San Bruno residents because key relationships and community partnerships must be recreated with each staffing change. Another challenge. San Bruno has some job classifications, including my own, which have equivalents in other local agencies, but not necessarily the agencies chosen for the salary study. I urge you to bring all classifications up to the median, regardless of whether or not the classification exists on another city's organizational chart or is staffed in a way that a different city decides is appropriate for that city. It is time to meaningfully recognize the dedication of San Bruno City staff so that we can provide the best possible service to San Bruno residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Dan Venecia. Dan, whenever you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, council members and mayor. My name is Dan Venecia. I'm currently the Park Services Manager, and I've been with the city for approximately 9 years. I just want to say really quick that I signed and stand behind the letter you received, and I stand by and support all my fellow mid-management workers with what they've already said tonight and moving forward. That's pretty much all I have.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jeremy, I apologize, Sarnecki. You are, whenever you're ready.
Greetings, Council. It is a pleasure to speak before you on this May 10th of 2022, and let me begin by saying that I am very much moved by the previous speakers' testimonies. As City Council member, I will make it a priority that city employees receive equitable pay. Now, I don't think I can really follow up the testimonies that they had brought before us. The reason why I'm here is because I thought it was relevant to bring forward a course analysis of the Joe Biden administration thus far. In review of his accomplishments or lack of accomplishments, I would say I am underwhelmed. This is very troubling because it leads me to believe there is a smaller and smaller likelihood that the Democrats will expand their majorities in both chambers of Congress. And this comes at a very consequential time when we are dealing with everything from how productive our crops are and how much we can build the future that is going to provide a sustainable life for our children. At this point, I don't think we can really be satisfied with half of everything that he promised, especially because we are dealing with record inflation. $6 a gallon or $6 for a loaf of bread. I could totally understand why people are asking for more pay, at least the median in the county. And if Joe Biden wants to tout his job creation performance, I think that's complete garbage as we're looking at a year-over-year employment of one of the worst economic downturns in our nation's history. But we should be at 100% employment because that is the truth of the matter. We are ignoring an existential crisis, a climate emergency that will have to drive itself through every vein of the public's conscience. What is the promise of America? Is it the hope for a better life, refuge from persecution, a new beginning? Or is it exploitation upon exploitation, leading to annihilation? With very little to be happy about at the national, congressional level, I'm going to say for the next few months, I'm going to dedicate myself to local issues because I've had enough. And that includes public transit, adequate housing, and equitable pay for city employees. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is under the name Mid-Management Member. Whenever you're ready.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Dahlia Manawaz, and I am an engineer with the Public Works Department with the City of San Bruno. I've been working for the city and have been a member of the Mid-Management Group for about 5 years now. During this time, I've been able to work with wonderful staff, residents, and businesses in San Bruno. I've seen all the hard work, time, and effort the Mid-Management Group puts into maintaining and improving the city's infrastructure and services. I am not only part of city staff, but also part of the San Bruno community. I visit San Bruno regularly during non-working business hours, during weeknights and weekends, having my children enrolled in various children's extracurricular activities in the downtown San Bruno area. I support San Bruno businesses. I support the city not only as a staff member, but also as a member of the community. With this said, I ask the city council members, as decision makers of this beautiful, thriving, and family-oriented city, I ask not only as a member of the Mid-Management Group, but as a member of the San Bruno community, please support your staff and pay the Mid-Management Group competitively. Support this group just as we support the city. Thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Tim Wallace. Tim, whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Tim Wallace, and I am the Community Services Superintendent for the San Bruno Library. I've been with the city for 26 years. Not only have I worked for the city all these years, but I've been a resident for 27 years, bought a house, and started a family. I'm proud to be invested in San Bruno. However, over a period of several years, I've seen my colleagues and I fall further and further behind the salaries of our peers in nearby cities. Not surprisingly, many of my colleagues have left the city for other agencies with better compensation. Often these vacant positions are filled by employees who only stay for a brief period before moving on to other cities. This situation makes for a consistently high number of vacancies. The duties of these vacant positions must be picked up by the employees who remain. This in turn causes high stress and low morale, which encourages employees to find positions elsewhere, often for higher pay. This makes for constant turnover. In addition, we're now seeing an elevated level of inflation take hold, while our salaries remain stagnant. I'm strongly committed to San Bruno and am proud of the service I provide every day. But I'm also respectfully asking that my colleagues and I be treated fairly. I'm asking our salaries be brought up to the median of nearby cities. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Paul Wapensky. Paul, whenever you're ready.
Good evening.
the city, or the state just announced that we're probably going to have brownouts this summer, and I was hoping that the city in the next meeting or the meeting after could come up with what the plan is to help out, just what the plan is for the city to mitigate the possible brownouts.
Are you concluded, sir? I believe so. Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments as well. Any other speakers, please?
I do not see any other hands up.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone very much for their comments and participation. And we will, thank you. We will continue on the agenda at this time. We will go to item 5. Excuse me. San Bruno is happy to partner with Recology San Bruno again for the spring 2022 community cleanup event drop-off at 975 Sneath Lane. The drop-off event will be held on Saturday, May 14th from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Again, 975 Sneath Lane. It's a self-serve drop-off where residents will be required to unload their vehicles. Residents will be limited to 3 cubic yards per vehicle and can include bulky items, e-waste, appliances, and bags of garbage. Dirt, rock, and concrete will not be accepted, and ID is required. And I can also tell you that they are also looking for volunteers, or any of those who wish to help direct traffic or to be available during that time frame there. Next item, item B, declare a vacancy on the Culture and Arts Commission. Where the action is and get involved, apply to serve on the Culture and Arts Commission or on one of the several citizens advisory commissions, committees, or boards. Apply online at www.sanbruno.ca.gov or contact the city clerk's office at area code 650-616-7061. Thank you very much. We will now move on to item C. Sorry. This is going to be recognizing and for May of 2022 as Asian American, Native, Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the city of San Bruno. This is a proclamation, and I'll read some of the whereases. Whereas AA and NHPI Month is a time to speak out, share stories, and debunk myths about Asian communities. The AA and NHPI communities are filled with incredible stories of resilience, of persistence, of determination, and it is a celebration of the history, culture, and all the different ways in which the AA and NHPI communities have demonstrated that they are a part of the fabric, a part of the country, and whereas time and time throughout our nation's history, AA and NHPIs have demonstrated their dedication to the ideals upon which the United States is founded in times of war and in times of peace. They have faithfully defended the principles of freedom in uniform. And whereas by recognizing the contributions and accomplishments of AA and NHPI, men and women will celebrate the importance of inclusion to building a brighter future. Many AA and NHPI cultures form an important part of not only our history as a country, but also our current DNA as a people. Now, therefore, it be resolved that I, Rico E. Medina, Mayor of the City of San Bruno, recognize the challenge faced by the AA and NHPI communities and their vital contributions to the American story, and do hereby proclaim and designate the month of May as Asian American, Native, Hawaiian, and Pacific Islanders Heritage Month. We will move on to the next item, which is item D, announced proclamation for mental health awareness. And I will read some of the whereases. We are declaring that May as Mental Health Awareness Month in the city of San Bruno. Whereas mental health conditions are one of the most common health conditions worldwide, and the COVID-19 pandemic has triggered a 25% increase in anxiety and depression. And whereas last year, the U.S. Surgeon General listed a health advisory on the youth mental health crisis that has been further exposed by the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas this year's May Mental Health Month theme, which is SMCT Take Action for MH, encourages everyone to take actionable steps toward addressing mental health and substance use conditions to support mental wellness. The San Mateo County Mayor's Health Initiative promotes awareness of and access to mental health resources in their communities. And whereas the City of San Bruno wishes to increase the public's knowledge of signs and symptoms of mental health and substance use conditions, professionally and self-help resources and self-care practices. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Rico E. Medina, Mayor of the City of San Bruno, do hereby recognize May 2022 as Mental Health Month to enhance public awareness of mental health to help end the stigma. Thank you to the clerks for the slides as well. I also wanted to, there was an item on the agenda which is under at the end of the council comments, and it was to be placed under announcements, and that is simply that also May is Bicycle Safety Month, and the theme is Share the Road and Look Out for One Another. Our San Bruno Police Department has put out a press release, has posted on Facebook. There are obviously the Bike and Ped Committee will be doing a couple activities in the community, as well as you may have seen the public service announcement for when you're getting out of your vehicle and bicycles coming along, as Mr. Bird was doing. So that has concluded the announcements and presentations. Now we will move on to item 6, consent calendar. All items are considered routine and are implemented implemented by earlier council action and may be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion unless requested. Sorry for that tongue tie. Are there any items that members wish for a separate vote? Are there any items that council members wish for a comment or modification? And first we will go to Council Member Medina, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item E, please. E as in Edward.
E as in Edward, thank you. Vice Mayor Mason.
Item H, please.
Item H. And Councilmember Hamilton.
Item A, please.
Item A as in Adam. I also had A, so thank you. And are there any others? Okay, with that, let's start at the top of the alphabet there. We will go to item A. That is approve the draft special meeting minutes for March 29, 2022, and the draft special meeting and regular meeting minutes for April 26, 2022. Councilmember Hamilton.
So I had sent this with my comments after the packet went out. The special meeting minutes for April 26th state that I was not present, and then also on the regular meeting minutes for April 26th, there's an error in where it mentions under public. I'm sorry, in the special meeting minutes, there's an error where it mentions a public comment from Mr. Evangelist. It says that he commented on item 4 for a regular meeting, but item 4 from the regular meeting was public comment. So it's unclear what item he was commenting upon. So there's 2 corrections for the special meeting minutes. Also, when it comes to the vote, I will abstain from the vote on the meetings from April 26th since I was not present.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. We'll note that when it is approved that you have abstained from the April 26th only. Correct. Thank you. Vice Mayor Mason?
Thank you, Mayor Medina. So I just actually, before I go to H, can I just make a quick comment on F?
Well, we're on A right now.
Because we're going in order right now, right? Oh, I apologize. I thought we were moving on. Let me lower my hand. I apologize for the confusion.
No worries. City Hall, did you have your hand up?
Yes, Mayor Medina, with regard to item 6A and the minutes for the special meeting on April 26th, staff will pull those minutes for edits and bring those back at a later date. And those are the items that Councilmember Hamilton mentioned the two corrections on. And so we'll pull those. We'll work with staff to update them and bring them back.
Okay. Well, I have a couple comments, but on that, there was under council comments, it mentioned the new principal, and it should be Jose Gomez as the new principal. We just listed the current principal. If council approves of those modifications to April 26th, can't they just be done and then forwarded, or do we really have to go through and have it being listed again and then have to go through this?
Mayor, the edit that you are requesting is to the regular minutes for April 26th to 7 p.m.
Right.
Those minutes can be acted on tonight and reflected to change the new principal's name at Cappuccino. The other minutes for the special meeting, the 5 o'clock meeting on April 26th, staff is requesting to pull those, and we'll make amendments and bring them back.
I apologize. I was just trying to help streamline the process, but if staff feels that that's in the best, then concurred. The only thing I'm gonna say we're gonna approve is on the meeting minutes for March the 29th. You know, that is not the normal practice or process or what's in practices and processes draft form protocol. But at the same time, what I'm trying to be mindful of is also staff time. I don't know what it took to go that back to review it and then to have the, trying to formulate who somebody neutral with somebody not. So I'm just, again, very mindful of staff's time and their more action minutes. But I just wanted to make that comment. But that's it. Item A. Let's see. I'm going to go down the list. So we're going to go to E first, and then we'll go to H.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Sorry.
Let me read it real quick.
Okay. Sorry.
No problem. Item E.
Mr. Mayor, you need to turn to that camera so we can hear you.
Thank you.
Or microphone, actually.
Yes. People don't care about the camera. So item E. Let's go to this will go to Councilmember Medina. Adopt resolution appropriating $2,500 from the Restricted Revenues Fund City Art Fund fees for sponsorship of the Community Day chalk art activity.
Mr. Mayor, I probably should have asked about F as well. But my point is, in a couple of weeks, we're going to be having some amazing activities involving the Posey Parade and Community Day, and sometimes parents get lost a little bit. I know we do with all the other activities that are happening. So just wanted to take an opportunity to hear more about what is entailed on Community Day. With that chalk event, that we have here at this item.
Okay, so you're asking staff to expound a little bit on the chalk item. Okay.
Sure.
City Hall.
Please.
Sure, Mayor Medina. In response to Council Member Medina's question, we will have Community Services Director Ann Latola provide a brief overview, and I will now share the screen because we have an overview of the parade map.
Okay, because I'll talk about the artist, the chart activity first, because we think this is pretty special because we are, this is Community Day, it's all things San Bruno, so we're partnering with the artists from Tan Fran that will be hosting this activity. And so we have 5 of those artists, 5 professional artists will be creating pieces along the avenue in between Angus and Sylvan. And the community will be invited to kind of connect them. And it'll be really wonderful because they'll be working with some of our local artists, and we'll also have artists from Tanfran and from the community selling their wares on the avenue. So this should be pretty spectacular, and so that's what that item is for. Traditionally, the Culture and Arts Commission has hosted the art activity, and so that is what this item is. It's for the funding from the City Art Fund in order to support this activity.
And I just think that, Mr. Mayor, I can just briefly, just the more advertising that we can provide for these events, because it's just so busy with parents and maybe the public also understanding how long that will be going on downtown and how the streets will be closed for Community Day connected with the Posey Parade. Sorry.
Sorry, my boss is putting things on the screen right now that you can't see. Okay. So essentially, do you want to share the map? Okay. So we do have the parade map, which can also serve to talk through the closures. And if our police chief wanted to jump in and talk about the closures, that would be great. But I can just tell you generally the timeline of the activities. So as you can see on the map, the parade lineup will be on Canes. And so that road will be closed, and you can see all the cross streets that are closed there from Green, Easton, Mason, and the other closures, which are longer throughout the day, are San Mateo Avenue from Canes almost to El Camino. And the reason for that, the parade starts at 11 o'clock, and when that concludes about noon, that's when Community Day starts, and Community Day is from noon to 5. And then we'll have activities all throughout the avenue. We have a main stage that's going to be at Centennial Plaza, and we have different cultural performers that are going to be performing throughout the day. We have taiko drummers, flamenco dances, Polynesian dancers. We have an acoustic stage at the other end of the avenue at Route Angus. We have a kids area that will be on Genevieve and in the Citibank parking lot areas and a little portable mini golf course. There's lots of other different activities to explore. And possibly, I think one of the coolest features of this event, we're putting together a food map of the global cuisine that we have all along San Mateo Avenue, so we can really celebrate the diversity by experiencing some cultural experiences, by eating great food, and really this is all local. It's all San Bruno made. So that's kind of one of the cool things about this Community Day and Posey Parade. And if you had more questions about the closures, I believe that Chief Johansson is on the line.
No, that was primarily it. That's definitely helpful for the hours and the more time that we let our public know about this and continuing to promote it. I'm hoping that it'll be better and better. Thank you.
Just for clarity, just as Councilmember Medina said, parents are busy. So chalk is provided, all of that, and the guidance. All they have to do is just show up and participate and have fun. Is that correct?
Have fun.
And I apologize, I didn't hear you.
That is correct. We just ask them to show up, and we'll provide the fun. We have plenty of things to engage the community.
Thank you very, very much, and I apologize, I didn't hear. Vice Mayor Mason.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to thank the director and our city manager and our chief. I think this is incredibly exciting to have this opportunity in downtown. In the middle of COVID, we tried the street closure, and it was not as successful as we had hoped. So I'm really looking forward to seeing a draw to our downtown. Our business owners are excited. I think it's a great refresher and reintroduction to our community, and this is one of my favorite events in San Bruno, so it's going to be really exciting. I just wanted to ask a question maybe for the public who might be watching. if there are people interested in being in the parade, how do you get involved? Where are the points of contact? I don't know, so it would be great to find out. And if you don't have that answer, if you could maybe follow up at another time at the next meeting.
To the Facebook page. Yeah. We will provide more information, but I do know on the Posey Parade Facebook page, you can message the parade coordinator to get more information about participation. So you can do it.
Great. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Okay, with that being concluded for E, we'll move to H. Adopt a resolution declaring the continued state of local emergency and need for City Council and other legislative bodies subject to the Ralph M. Brown Act to continue to teleconference in order to ensure the health and safety of the public pursuant to AB 361.
Yeah, so I just wanted to check in on this particular item to find out if we can maybe get an update at the next meeting to determine where we are on the local state of emergency, not just on COVID, but also on the finances, because the council had approved a expenditure for the city manager that falls under the declaration of emergency. So it doesn't have to be a full report, but if we can just find out how much has been expended, that would be great. And then also to determine whether there's still a need to continue this model. Many councils have gone back to in-person, some have gone back to hybrid, and I don't think we've really, I think we've broached this topic, and I don't know where we are right now on this topic or where the council is, but I do think at some point we should start having a discussion about it and how we do move back to in-person meetings.
Are there any other comments? Okay, so I believe, and council correct me, but we've hit all the items that were called for. Before we vote, are there any members of the public that want to speak on any of the consent items? Seeing no hands, we'll bring it back to council for possible action. That means a motion and a second.
A motion to approve the consent calendar for the May 10th meeting of the City Council.
There were a few corrections, I believe, regarding the minutes. So,
as amended.
We have amended to the regular April 26th meeting. We have the draft of the special meeting being pulled and brought back, and we have Mr. Hamilton being noted that he is going to abstain from the 26th meeting.
Thank you. I'll second.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion second. Mason Salazar, roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Aye, with the abstention on the meeting minutes for April 26th.
Councilmember Marty Medina?
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Mason?
Aye.
Mayor Rico Medina?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Next, we'll move on to item number 7, conduct of business. Item A, please. Okay. Item A, adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to amend the agreement with the Calendar and Associates Landscape Architect for additional design services for Centennial Plaza in the amount not to exceed $26,112. And I will turn it over to Director Matola, please.
Good evening, Mayor Medina and members of the council. My name is Ann Matola. I am your Community Services Director. And this evening, I'm presenting a request to amend the agreement with Calendar and Associates, who have been working with the city on the Centennial Plaza project. And I'm going to walk you through the timeline of the project to show you some of the concepts that have been in development to date, and then discuss the amendment. We are just queuing up the PowerPoint. There we go. timeline on this project. This all started back in April of 2021 when staff presented an idea to refresh Centennial Park at a City Council study session for the downtown streetscape greening and landscaping project. And then in May of 2021, we went back to Council with the plan to activate Centennial Plaza, and these were supposed to be shorter-term improvements that would open the plaza up for outdoor dining and include flexible spaces for community members to gather. And Council at that time allocated $150,000 from Park and Lieu for the project. So in July of 2021, we entered an agreement with Cala Associates Landscape Architecture so we could start this project. And the initial work with Calendar was to develop a conceptual design to activate Centennial Plaza with a short-term design solution. And so it's important to note that with this first scope of this initial agreement, it was limited to a schematic site plan and a planting plan to form a landscape maintenance project. So that intended to use a combination of city staff and contractor services to implement and build out this professionally designed landscape. And it was to be a shorter term solution. So two conceptual designs were developed out of this. And they each defined the plaza into different areas that could be dedicated for community gatherings, passive use, outdoor dining. And for each of these options, if you look at the top of the slide, you'll see the construction cost estimate that Calendar was also asked to provide as part of their work. So this is first of two options that were presented by Cala. So option A defines the plaza into areas using different surface treatments. The community gathering area is towards San Mateo Avenue and incorporates pavers and decomposed granite. And if you can envision what we did during the holidays with the community tree lighting, we really wanted to make sure we could identify a plaza space so we could actually gather around the tree and not on a barricade separated from the tree in future years as we celebrate that. And we would have a really good place to do different community functions. The areas to the left of the screen further from the street had a blend of softscape materials. This and the next slide, they're really flexible concepts with a lot of space for activities, you know, like the holiday tree lighting and some of the other events that the community's been doing at the park. So option 1B, it's a similar articulation of the space with different materials defining the use of the space. The obvious difference, this one is a little bit more organic in the shapes. And the community gathering area, again, is closer to the street. And then this more passive use, mixed use space is towards the back of the space. So we're very different spaces on plans, and they both looked very viable. However, when staff began to investigate the site, before we would kind of go forward and see what we could do with these plans, we found significant remnants of the foundation just below the surface. I mean, we do a lot of mulching on that site. And just below that surface, if you try to dig, you can't because it's a lot of gravel. And so what we thought was something that we could do as a landscape maintenance project really had some technical issues. And so because of the inconsistency of the ground topography, there were real issues of accessibility and drainage that we really couldn't remedy as a maintenance project. Also, in looking at the site, it seemed that the flow of the park would make more sense if it included the alleyway between Centennial Park and West Coast Cafe, shown here. And so to make this a fully usable space and publicly accessible, we knew that we needed to grade it, which would require a topographic survey. And so knowing that we were going to have to take a different approach to the project in order to do this right, we went back to Calendar and asked for them to evaluate their scope to include the additional project scope of the alley. And since, we're talking about grading, we were now doing something where we needed to develop appropriate bid and construction documents. And I'll talk more about the scope in detail later, but essentially, at this point, this went from being a landscape maintenance project to a park construction project. So as the timeline continued, in October 2021, we executed a first amendment with Calendar for this new scope of work. So in addition to creating two new concepts, the amendment also included a topographic survey, electrical engineering, because we knew we wanted to really have some potential robust electrical use at the site, and of course all of the construction scoping, the construction documents and bid documents. So I have, here we go. So 2 conceptual designs were developed for this, and they both had they each have aviation themes. And I just want you to look at this as a vehicle of sorts to show how, with an expanded scope, different surface treatment could be used to program or segment the space. So again, with these 2 options, so these are options 2A and 2B, the construction estimate will be at the top of the page. And each of these use aviation themes, and it uses the actual SFO runways to articulate the space. So option 2 at a little over 422, well, about 423,000 was the most expensive of the options. And this is because it had like quite a bit of hardscape. And so Calendar gave us something where it was maximizing hardscape, very usable space if we wanted to do food trucks and those type of events. What we did with these conceptual exercises was really kind of give us a range of what could be done with material types and kind of the cost to go with those. So option 2 is the most expensive, predominantly hardscape. It uses asphalt and painting treatments, which actually is a relatively cost-effective way to add interest to the hardscape of any area of this size. Option B softens the look quite a bit using decomposed granite, and part of what's indicated is like this fiber product that's usually used for plate areas. So it looks kind of like a mulch, but it's spongier, and it's longer lasting. And so it's more of a difference of different surface treatments in this particular proposal. Again, you can see the pricing differences with a range based on how we would actually finish out the different areas. So more important than suggesting theme, these plans should begin to give you an idea of the cost of developing this properly as a park. And if done right, the project would far exceed that initial $150,000 that was authorized by council. So with all of this information on hand and the timeline continuing, staff met with the Downtown Committee in April of 2022, the Council Downtown Committee, because we wanted to review these different options. The fact that it went, to being like really talking about a construction project and get an idea and direction on how to proceed and what to bring back to you all. So these are all of the 4 plans that you saw just put on one slide together with the different costs. And so after considerable conversation with the Downtown Committee, the direction was to use the plan that's in the lower left-hand corner, option 1B, kind of as a starting point, as a preferred option to grow upon. And what we discussed was to continue to use the footprint that included the expanding into the alleyway between Centennial Park and West Coast Cafe, but also, also use a neutral theme. There was a real preference to have a space that was much more versatile, and sometimes the theming could disrupt that. And we felt that there was a success in just kind of defining the space and using natural and built materials to do that without it being a theme. And then with the Downtown Committee, there was also a suggestion to enhance the frontage on San Mateo Avenue and bring the park to align to the facades of the buildings on the street. Because right now the park it's tucked in a little bit. So if you're coming down Jenny, you can see it. But if you're traveling in either direction on San Mateo Ave, you kind of miss until you're upon it. And so that brings us to the item before you. And so I wanted to walk you through the scope so you have a better understanding of the evolution of this project, what has been complete to date. And so as you're looking at this chart, anything that's bold or in red has been completed and the gray items haven't yet started. So starting from the left, we entered into an original agreement with Calendar in July of last year for $25,524. And per the scope of that agreement, the deliverable was to be conceptual in nature. Then again, the initial effort was to create a plan that could be executed with a combination of park maintenance staff performing demolition and a landscape contractor implementing the conceptual plan. At this point, it was a landscape maintenance project. So once we knew there was more complexity to the project, we executed a first amendment with Calendar in the amount of a little over $44,000. So that's in your middle column. Because we really needed to address the technical issues that were coming up with grading. So this shows you the full scope of what was in the second amendment. In the second amendment, we included the topographic survey, our cost estimates to go with the new concept plan that had the increased project area. You'll see in the red, this became a design bid build. This was actually a construction project, and I wanted to put the details of the different documents and work that is created for the whole construction set of documents. Their proposal also will help us with the bid submittal package and also provide assistance during the construction period. Okay. So this brings us to where we are with the second amendment, which is in the right-hand column. So this scope is in addition, because now that we have all the information, we want to go back, and as I mentioned with the downtown committee's input, we want to use that plan with a kind of a concentric type of a breakup of the park to use as a starting point to deliver our final plans. So the second amendment simply allows us to do the plan revisions and the cost estimates. We've already included the funding for the construction documents. The other thing I want to draw your attention to at the bottom of the slide. So if you add up all of the amendments, including the one we're asking for this evening, the total for calendar is a little over $96,000, which is over the city manager's authority, which is why we're bringing this to you tonight. But the total expended year to date is only about $18,000. We've kind of been in the concept plan and cost estimates. Really it's really important to do that and vetting out kind of what we're getting into, which is what we did and why we need the construction documents. So staff has reviewed the proposal for the second amendment and is recommending at this time that City Council authorize an amendment to the agreement. For this reason, we're requesting that Council adopt a resolution authorizing the City Manager to amend the agreement with Calendar & Associates Landscape Architecture for additional design services for Centennial Plaza in an amount not to exceed $26,112. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much for the presentation and schematics. And what I'd like to do at this time, and if we could stop sharing the screen, please, is I'd like to take questions from colleagues on the presentation. Questions. Then we'll move to the public for public input, and then back to the council for comments and or deliberation and action. So any questions from colleagues on the presentation itself? Not seeing any at this time. Let's go, Vice Mayor Mason.
Two hands up. Just a quick question. Thank you for that. The design concept, I'm just curious to know how was that created? How was that initiated?
Now or?
Yes, it's a question on the presentation, and thank you for asking. And yes, Director.
Yeah. So essentially, the concepts were designed by Calendar, so the landscape architecture team working with staff, and so with the first ones, which had like no theme to them, we simply asked for a couple of varieties just to separate the space. And with the second one, an idea came up, well, can we use a theme, because that way they can impart like different material types and articulate them a little bit better, knowing that we probably have to go through another iteration. So in some ways they're kind of, so right now we're still forming. And so the next, to be moved forward, staff will be working with Calendar again and come up with some refined designs that then go back to the downtown committee.
Well, there's a mayor.
Yes, please.
So, I'm just wondering, is now then the time to talk about the design?
Well, why don't we just question the presentation, because there are various options and one recommendation, and we'll come on our deliberations on that. Any other questions on the presentation? Let's move to the public and see if members of the public have. I'm sorry. Thank you. Councilmember Salazar, I apologize.
Thank you. So my first question is just about the amendment. So looking at the first amendment that was executed last October, almost doubled, was almost twice the initial agreement.
And then now we have another one that's close to the original amount of the agreement, or it's close to the amount of the original agreement. I'm wondering why we're being asked to approve this amendment, but not the larger amendment that happened in October.
So with the second amendment, it was still within the city manager's authority, and the second amendment puts it beyond the authority. 75,000.
Okay. But the council had authorized $150,000 to be spent on this project. So wasn't that the authorization that he would require to execute the amendment? Or is it based on each agreement?
We still...
Sure. Councilmember Salazar, let me answer that. It's based on each agreement, so it's $75,000 per contractor. Right? So this contractor, the total contract amount would go over. And so Amendment 1 was executed to expand the scope and get us closer to detailed cost estimates to have that check-in point. And knowing that the model of delivery shifted from a simple maintenance project to a design bid build, but in order to have those conversations with the council around what the conceptual design cost estimates would be for a design bid build model, we needed to execute another agreement. That said, we have only expended to date $18,000 on the work that has been done. But should we go through a full design bid model, we did need those additional services for construction documents, bid submittal package, and assistance during construction.
Okay. All right. Thank you for clarifying. And then just a brief comment before we go to the public. I have very grave concerns about this project and the way it's evolved, because looking back at what was originally presented to us, it was an $80,000 project that included everything. Councilmember Medina recommended that we adjust the price up to $150 to accommodate better materials. So we were talking about a completed project, not just design. And we're at a point now where we're looking at expending more than the originally proposed amount on design only, and then looking at numbers that are just completely off the charts compared to what we talked about a year ago. So I'll leave it at that for now.
All right. See no other hands up. Let's go to members of the community and public. And I do see we have a hand up. And if we can bring in members of the public, please.
Okay, I see one hand up, Paul Wapensky. Paul, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. First off, ditto to Council Member Salazar. I agree, it's like getting way out of hand. Could you put it in layman's terms, or someone like me, we're spending $70,000 already, and we're asking for $26,000 more, and that doesn't include any construction cost, because we don't know what the design's going to be. And you said you only spent $18,000, so what's the difference between the $18,000 and the $96,000 that are in this amendments? And if we only spend $18,000, if we stopped it right now, is that all we would have to pay, or is that money that's already obligated have to be spent? And my last comment is, my personal opinion, I kind of like the park the way it is right now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other speakers, please?
I do not see any other hands up.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll bring it back to the council for comments, deliberation. If staff wanted to assist in kind of asked in the lay person's terms, what the ask is and accept. Well, you heard, Mr. Wapensky.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, with your restatement, why don't we provide a little bit more articulation, and I think we'll go to additional council questions. So,
thank you.
If we back up before we move forward, the statements from Council Member Salazar were exactly right. When this project was initially envisioned, the initial concept was, let's frankly do a nice maintenance project, change the landscaping around, and just make I, for one, including staff, provided a cost estimate to the city council that will be roughly $80,000. And then we talked about the project at the council meeting. There were questions and desires to, well, let's add a stage or let's add more hardscape and pavers. And if we're going to do it, we really get one shot at it. And then we talked about having it be a space where potentially people could perform. And so then as we looked into it, we said, okay, well, does there need to be electrical or lighting, et cetera? And the concept of the project grew. And if you recall, at that last meeting at the city council, when those additions were requested, there was a ask of how much additional would it take, and I provided an estimate that we need to look into this, but I estimated let's increase the budget from 80 to 150,000, knowing we would have to go through the process of conceptualizing it. As we begin to conceptualize it, the actual model of delivery shifted. It shifted from, as the director said, a maintenance refresh project where you have your staff do the demo and bring in a landscaper to plan it in. And the only thing you use your landscape architect for is some very high-level plant designs. And two, if we're doing more hardscape, if we're creating this area that may be a stage or a space where there could be community activities, it's more like developing a plaza or a plaza type amenity with landscaping. And frankly, the delivery model shifted from a typical capital improvement project, which is a design, bid, build. And as you progress under design, bid, build, the first step is design, and that's still where we're at. And we're still very much in that beginning part of design, which is conceptual design. And you have to complete that conceptual design so you can acquire from your landscape architects some cost estimates that will be refined as they develop construction documents. And then, like a normal capital improvement project, you'll have your construction documents, you'll have your bid documents, and you won't know that cost until you put it out on the open market for a bid. And so part of what we're saying tonight in this update is, yes, we've had to expand the scope of the architectural services that we will need to deliver the project that has been requested with some modifications that we can talk through whether we want to continue to have those. But the fundamental delivery model is no longer this maintenance refresh. It's design, bid, build, more of a typical capital improvement project. And so that will undoubtedly increase the cost. And it may increase the cost beyond what the city council wants to spend on this project, or the city council may say, you know what, this is still an important initiative. We want to go through the conceptual design and get some really good estimates from our landscape architect, and then make the decision there on do we deliver this project. So we're really coming back to you, having done some initial work for additional input.
Thank you, City Manager. Appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor, there's one additional add, and I think the question was, if we stop today, how much are we committed for? The number is 18,000. Those are the services that occurred today. But if we go through, it would be what we are estimating, which is a total design contract that will provide construction documents ready for an RFP of approximately $100,000. And so, absolutely, we can't construct this for the delta of 50 that is in the initial project budget. So there would need to be additional money allocated to the project. And I see hands up from council, so I'll stop there.
Thank you again. Vice Mayor Mason.
Yeah, I mean, considering that the estimate for Florida Park was like $2 million, I think this seemed low in the beginning. But I think that this is part of the streetscape plan. It's a piece that we do need to continue moving forward on. I do get concerned, though, about the design. I'm just, to be honest, I'm not really crazy about what I saw tonight. And so I'm just wondering, how do we continue to go down a path where I want to make sure that we're not spending good money after bad for designs that we don't like, right? So is the idea that it goes through the downtown improvement committee, and then, you know, we get a copy of what they get? Or I'm just trying to figure out how we have input on design so that we're not then being asked for another $25,000 every time there's a new design. Or is it just a point of no return where the committee's selected what we're moving forward with? I just want to better understand the process that we're going through to get a design that, if we get consensus, we can move forward with.
Sure. Vice Mayor Mason, let me take that because I really think that's an important question that has multiple parts. So there is council engagement built in with the landscape architect, and but what's important to note is the more we revise it, the more design costs we will incur, absolutely. For a more typical capital improvement project, you would not have the city council design the project. You would either have a subcommittee, which we utilize the downtown subcommittee because this plaza is downtown, or you would have your park and recreation committee. But you really wouldn't be bringing designs at the level of the city council, typically. But we know that the downtown and this project in particular is of significant importance, and there are significant designs on council. And so as staff, we will happily engage in the process. But what we did in the interim, though, is we did utilize your downtown subcommittee, which is Councilmember Tom Hamilton and Marty Medina, for some initial feedback. We also plan to take it to the Park and Rec Committee. And staff carrying around those design charrettes are not additional cost. But the more input and engagement we have after a conceptual design is made, absolutely it will increase the cost. So we would really need to limit that. I think, should we continue to get really good feedback from the city council and really put it in, my recommendation would be put it in the hands of staff and your city council subcommittee. And then I think it would be important to do a check-in with the Park and Recreation Committee because this is will be a plaza space that will be utilized.
Okay, so if we can get just an email sent just notifying us of when it's going to the Park and Rec, that'd be just helpful. I know it's an extra step, but just so anybody interested can watch the meeting. And this is just a different design from the conceptual design that we first received. So I just, anyway, I just want to make sure that we're not spending money on, new designs if there's not going to be consensus at the end. And will this need to come back to us for final approval?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so that's what I mean, that's, just to be honest, that's what I don't want. I don't want it to come back to us as a final product and then maybe not everybody on the council likes the design. So just trying to get ahead of that, that's all. Sure. And I appreciate Director Tola taking on this this project.
And through the mayor, just to add to that, it would be nice to leave here with clear design direction, feedback from council, but then also the process, because I think we would certainly check in with the subcommittee and with the Park and Rec. But similar to what Vice Mayor said, the last thing we would like to do is to arrive at a final design that's been to the subcommittee and the Park and Recreation Committee, and then be coming to the City Council for financial allocation and direction to proceed, and then have design comments at that time. So we would really need, if the City Council as a body wants to check in on the final design, we provide that direction, and we will absolutely do that.
Yeah, and I sorry, Mayor Medina, can I just finish that? We're not going back and forth. Yeah, so for me, I think that we're after this, we'll have spent more than enough on the design. So if we can hopefully get a finished final product. And just as a reminder to the council, we do have an open invitation from the Community Foundation from the last meeting to work on projects together. So this is one that we may want to consider bringing them in on. Thank you.
Councilmember Medina.
Yeah, just want to give back up a little bit. So this project has evolved clearly, right? From something to be done primarily with staff, something very, very simple. And I think due to the importance of this location to our downtown, and as a reminder, during the San Bruno Community Foundation's survey of our public, downtown, improving our downtown was the number one thing. I really want to see something improved in Centennial Plaza. It's time to do something right there. Doing things right isn't necessarily cheap. Doing something of quality takes money. And I think we got a little, I think this project got a little ahead of itself a little bit, and the downtown improvement committee was asked for their input, and we basically had one meeting and like, whoa, airports don't work for us, specifically for I think San Bruno, is that the airport isn't a kind neighbor. And to remind everybody that there's those takeoff lanes and landing strips. I mean, it's like, that's definitely something I don't want to see there. But I think beyond that, it's important that this is a critical piece to our downtown. It's the what leads from people from Genevan. And I'd be interested in knowing that probably more people come to downtown through Genevan than through the south side of San Mateo Avenue. But regardless, that area has, Centennial Plaza needs an upgrade. It really didn't hold up. It was temporary. And making it an investment to something of quality at that location is important to me. And I think, and I am supporting going forward with this. I am glad that the council is hearing all of this, because it wasn't a downtown improvement committee decision. And why it's so important that we're talking about it now is that we're looking at what the costs are. And the questions I have is, well, where is this money going to come from? What pocket are we going to be looking at? And getting additional input. So those are my comments for now. We saw already from having one event there what I believe there's magic in our downtown when people come there and gather during the Christmas tree lighting. It was one of my better days on the council of seeing how we're making something special in our downtown. So to do designs, and as our vice mayor said, Florida Park is $2 million just for a little dinky park. Our downtown needs this. More checkbacks with the council and updates would be appreciated, so we don't get too far off the path of where we're going to go. But we got to figure out how we're going to pay for it, just like everything else, and where is it coming from. So I would like to hear comments from staff on that. Thank you.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you. I'll try not to tread over the same ground that Councilmember Medina just did. But I just want to share, some of my takeaways from the meeting that we had on this and on this project as it's come to where it is. It has taken a few turns, and when looking at the designs and I agree with what Councilmember Medina said. When I first saw the airport themed design, I was not pleased with it either. It was the messaging was wrong. The theme wasn't good. But what I also didn't like was that it was just a lot of concrete. It was a lot of concrete, and that doesn't scream park to me. And I think what both of us on the Downtown Improvement Committee were looking at when we're looking at all the designs is to design flexible space that could be used for multiple purposes in downtown. We want to see it as a place where people can grab takeout from all the many restaurants that we have and go and sit and eat on a nice day, go have lunch and go and have a place to sit and maybe not in a sea of concrete and sit and have lunch and enjoy the space. But to also have it be open enough so that we can have events. If we want to set up a portable stage and have music during Community Day or other types of festivals that we have downtown. I agree with what was said earlier regarding the tree lighting. That was a wonderful event. However, everybody was crammed into the street and crammed down the pathway by West Coast Cafe because you can't enter the park. I don't agree with the sentiment we heard earlier that the park is good as it is. It can't stay as it is. We can't have a park that has a fence around it that says "Do not enter." This is a huge opportunity. Now, with all of that said, I'm also not in favor of spending $500,000 or more on this. One of the designs here had a price tag of 400 and something grand. We can get to where I think we need to be in a cost-effective way, and I want us to be able to do that. Regarding the design itself, I absolutely welcome having all 5 of us contribute on the design tonight, and I've said what my wishes are for themes about having it be open space, having it be so that it can be activated in different ways, and have it be a space that people can gather and eat. But as far as the specific design and how it looks and all that, if folks have feedback, let's hear it so that we can move this forward. Thank you.
City Hall, did you want to, before I start to speak, did you want to respond to any of things or comment or add to?
Mayor Medina, nothing with regard to Councilmember Hamilton's comments, but I do believe Marty Medina asked for staff's input on how the full construction costs could be financed. And so right now the budget for the project, the adopted budget is $150,000. So after the estimated design cost, there will be $50,000 left in the project budget. So looking at the other options that were presented, there will need to be a new allocation to the project of somewhere in the neighborhood of $120,000 up to I don't have the list in front of me, but up to an additional $300,000 if the $400,000 option is picked because of that budget, full project budget will have been spent. So there are a number of one-time initiative funds that the city has currently. There are additional community benefit funds that are scheduled to come in later in the fiscal year that will far exceed the amount of money that we're talking about. So City Council, when we prioritize those community benefit funds, could designate this as an important project we funded with those funds. There's also, I think there was mention of the Community Foundation as a potential funding source, and I will say that staff meets regularly with the Community Foundation, and we happened to, believe it or not, have a meeting this morning where this very topic came up because it was on the agenda tonight. While we were not meeting with the entire Community Foundation board, think we received initial positive reception to potentially looking at projects like this, but really specific articulated projects that will be able to be executed and have the community enjoy versus studies or a landscaping plan or a plan for sidewalk improvements where the number to construct it is so large that the foundation would only sort of give a grant for the study. And so I do think that the city council, should it decide that this project is a priority that it would like to continue with, has a number of funding options available to it. The first step in all of these projects is developing a design, a shovel-ready design, so you can put out your bid and get pricing. And so if this is an important project that the city council would want to consider, I think that's sort of getting back to Councilmember Hamilton's comment and others, which is if there's specific design feedback that the city council desires to provide, we're here ready to receive that feedback. In addition, I think we should close out tonight with the process, because I've heard significant input from the city council on what the design looks like. And as I said before, I think, if the council desires a check-in point on the final design, let's do it. I'll tell you my preference is we'll find a time where we have a study session where we can check in there. I don't think just sitting around the final design to all of council will be good enough, given the level of interest. I think we need to have a conversation about it, have a vote, give staff clear direction, and then we'll proceed on that.
Okay. Well, I'm going to offer some thoughts. This I don't think it is fine the way it is, and I think we're all on the same page. I believe on that. People think it's a park, but then they want to know why it's roped off. But it's considered a plaza. I want to be mindful that there is a time capsule that is placed there. That was a community effort. That was from the Centennial. That was from the Rotarians, and etc. But we always talk about, okay, let's do that, but I want to preserve the history. So what happens there? It hasn't been brought up. There's the artwork that's there. I mean, folks are saying what's going to happen with it. It's in need of monies, right? So is that to discontinue its usage? Is it to refurbish it? But there's not. I mean, that is the aesthetics of it. I know it's been upkept once by Mr. Kudrin, but it's in need again. But not sure about that. You've kind of responded to about the monies that Councilmember Medina did, and again, what I get concerned is, we're going to go down to the other end, and there's Posey Park / Plaza, whatever the word you want to call it, and about Fountain. There's that money that was mentioned about Florida Park. So there's all that element to it. What I also always get concerned, and we just heard from employees tonight, is, we're willing to spend the money here, and they're looking for what they feel is right and equitable. But also what I think we don't always look at is, what's the cost? Once it's done, what's it going to cost to maintain and continue? We're starting to bring on things online like a Florida Park or a Centennial or another park in Posey. All that takes staff time. And we don't have the staff we used to. And we try to come up with a business plan for the RAC program, but we're not coming up with what those costs are going to be. Because it's one thing to invest time and money and love in it, and then to see, like our medians, that the monies that were spent, what are we looking at today at some locations for whatever reason. So I think that's a real critical, essential thing when we start talking about costs. Not just what it is to cut a ribbon, but what is it going to be going forward to make sure we maintain that quality, that the residents have an expectation, so when they drive by, walk by, is something that they're impressed with from day one to the next year. And so I believe on the first diagram, which was, I'll call it the runway one, is that I believe, I know I saw it, so I believe we all saw it. These are now being brought to us, and I appreciate the clarification from the ad hoc committee that, hey, it was one conversation, we were brought in, we were asked, get a little flavor. I do believe, I have, as being mayor, that it's important that all the electeds are making decisions, that we're all seeing everything equitably and equally, like in the developments of this community. I do believe it needs to come back here. And I also know, too, when going and asking for other bodies, being on the former Park and Recreation Commission, there may be input there, too. And they want changes. So I just want to set expectations and reality, but I also am concerned about the ongoing costs. And I do respect that if you want to do something okay, you can do it that way, or if you want to do something that's long-lasting and a positive attribute to the community, I get that too. So thank you for listening. And with that said, I know there may be additional comments, as well as if this is a project that council wants staff to continue on. They were looking for some design thoughts, and there were 4 selections that were given. So anyway, back to my colleagues. And maybe it would be helpful to place the share screen, if it's okay, please, with the 4. That might help just to have the visual, more of a visual person, and for the community.
Okay. Little technical difficulties, but we have.
No, perfect. Thank you. Additional thoughts, comments from colleagues. I just thought this would be a helpful slide. I'd like to keep it up if it's okay as we walk through these next thoughts, comments, and or action or direction. I'm sorry. Council member Dean.
Yes, thank you, and thank everyone for their comments, because this is a project that started small, and here we are looking at something substantially more. I wanted to clarify for the design that the stormwater features, the bioretention will be included in the preferred alternative, or the proposed preferred option. That's not shown, Mr. Mayor, but nonetheless, my other question is the lighting for the park, it's actually a plaza, so it's not a park, but that the lighting design will be included. It's shown as a couple of the little side in the pictures, but it's not spelled out specifically in the scope. The seating areas and shade associated with those seating areas, and those are my comments. I prefer the preferred option, and that's it for now. Thank you.
And just for clarity, so people who are watching, the preferred option is?
It's the next slide, I think, sir.
It's one. Can you unmute it? It's 1B.
1B. I just want people to know in case they were wondering. That's 1B. Thanks. Other comments from colleagues?
Obviously, I voted for 1B as well. I am not adverse to 1A. I do not like either of the option 2s for reasons I already stated. But and I'm not adverse to 1A, but I would really be curious to hear from our other colleagues as to what they would like to see, and how either 1A or 1B can be improved more to your liking.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Salazar.
Thank you. So I just want to go on record. I made the statement the last time we discussed this plaza that I do want to see it improved. And I regrettably back then voted against spending the $150 because I didn't feel it was appropriate to give us a staff report that said $80,000, and then at the dais change it to double the amount without any real justification around how that money was going to be used. And at the time it was regrettable, but I voted no. I was the only one who voted no against it, but I felt it was poorly planned. And now a year later, and we were told, give us the 150 because otherwise there'll be delays. So here we are a year later. There's still nothing there. So clearly time was not of the essence. We were reassured during that meeting that staff would be diligent and that any leftover money would be returned to the Park and Lieu Fund. Well, now we've spent beyond that, and there's this other brand new expense now for the construction, and so I'm not comfortable at all continuing this without knowing exactly how all of this is going to play out. I know the city manager mentioned a number of potential revenue sources that could be used for this, but the potential is not a plan. And I also wholeheartedly believe that the community foundation should not be a slush fund for our projects or any special things that we come up with. That money should be programmed by the community foundation to the community first and foremost. And it shouldn't be where we go to every time we hit a shortfall. And that's exactly what it's become.
Vice Mayor Mason.
Yeah, so I think that the community foundation doesn't fund everything, and there's nothing wrong with asking. And downtown was the #1 request that we saw in our presentation last time. So I think it would be appropriate, but I don't know if that's the discussion until council comment. But what I would say is I guess I'd like to see something. This is very basic, so I'm glad to hear we've only spent $18,000. But I'd really like to see something similar to what we've seen at like Noe Valley Town Square. There's a number of little town squares in Reno, and they have like a really beautiful body of art in the location. Something that is like a pergola with some vibrant flowers around it. Potential for the location to actually be mobile. So the chairs, the tables would be movable for, let's say, a concert or a food truck. So I think that if we can start kind of honing down, definitely away from this 2A and 2B, for me, those are kind of deal breakers. But if we can just kind of focus on something that is simple, that aligns with our streetscape plan. The streetscape plan has already been approved by the Planning Commission and the City Council, so we can continue aligning. And then just see if we can add kind of what I guess the right word is flair to this. Right now, I get that it's in its initial stages, but I would like to see something that is just a little more colorful and a little more inviting. And like I said, something that we can easily move the pieces to fit whatever the community need might be or desire might be for that weekend. Because we are looking at this as a central focal point. And I think Councilmember Medina's example of the downtown tree lighting ceremony was a perfect example. The egg hunt that was hosted by the merchants was another really nice event. And what we're seeing is that with the leadership that's coming from a lot of the downtown merchants, it really is becoming a hub. And if the downtown merchants continue to host these events, I believe that our community will continue to come and gather here. So, so that's where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands up, I can say the 2A, 2B are, I'll use the Vice Mayor's term, deal breakers. I will say, I'm sharing some sentiment with Councilmember Salazar too, because, I'm starting to think about lighting, security, safety, after hours. I'm looking at vegetation, and I'm assuming some of this is vegetation. Maybe I'm wrong through my glasses, but, as far as patrol and after hours. So, and I'm saying the Centennial capsule I'm seeing it says is to remain right in the center there. So, maybe that works and that takes care of that move. Because I won't be around when it's dug up. So I was thinking maybe I get an early glimpse now. But I do have, like I said, the Cossacks, we're having plans, but we're not having plans afterward. I do kind of stay on the path of we have the streetscape plans, and that's what was brought to council and commission, and that was what was concurrence. That's what the community, we went through outreach, we went through meetings, we went through walking San Mateo Avenue, and we went through all of this, and we should kind of stay on that same path. So that's my view, but something needs to be a little bit inviting. Flair may be the word too, but also that it serves a multi-use, right? That it can be used for a variety of things, not just a thing. I'm thinking, well, let's go Laurel in San Carlos, right? You go and it's just right in the middle of their downtown. It's very small, but there's a little stage, but it's very nominal as to what it can be utilized for. It's a very a cute place to go eat, or have a cup of coffee, or talk, or do whatever. But it doesn't have a lot of diversity to it as far as activity. So anyway, some of my comments. City Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Medina, any other council members for your comments. Certainly taken to heart, but I would like to hone in on feedback, because I think from staff, I'm sort of hearing conflicting messages, and I really want to leave here with clarity. I think there's been a lot of statements around, we love what was in the streetscape plan, and let's align to that. That was a $1 to $2 million plaza in the streetscape plan. It had play structures, and the prior direction that we had is come far, far down from what was envisioned in the streetscape plan. So I just want to say that. I think the comment of let's add pergolas and be more like the Noe Valley area, or the area in San Carlos, those are not $170, $180, or for Noe Valley even $400,000 plazas. And so I think we need to really have a discussion on what elements we would like, and when we talk about lighting, are we talking about safety lighting, or are we talking about event lighting? So if there's a nighttime event, the area is lit up. All of these items have significant cost implications, and many of what I've heard will actually be approaching the 2A and 2B, not in the theme, but in the cost. And so I think we need some clear direction, and absolutely we will come back, and given the level of intensity of design interest, I think we should have check-in points with the entire city council on this as soon as there's a next conceptual design with cost estimates. I also just want to come back to the maintenance questions and the 2A and 2B. Absolutely, when the designer came back with 2A and 2B, we sent those around the council, and we said, not even staff was sort of gravitating toward that concept. And so what we wanted to do was have a conversation with the downtown committee and come back to the city council, because at this point, we're still in conceptual. We spent $18,000 on conceptual design, and it's really important to hone in on the desires of council for this plaza, and bring in cost estimates. But I just want to be clear, for the elements that we've heard, it's more than $180,000 for Plan 1A.
It doesn't include. I do want to make a distinction to the 1A and 1B. When those estimates came, that was before we were going to have construction documents. We know we would need construction documents for those.
Right. And 1A and 1B does not include this additional scope,
right?
Which is adding the walkway near West Coast Cafe that's directly adjacent, and this additional scope area. And so that's important to note. But again, we're in conceptual, very important project for the city council, and it's important to have these conversations so we can bring you cost estimates. But absolutely, to have the type of plaza that is being articulated is several $100,000, and if we're going to do it, we need to recognize that is what we're embarking on. And the critical change that we're here to talk about is that the level of articulated design means that this is no longer what it was initially envisioned, which is a maintenance refresh project where we spend either $80,000 or $120,000, $50,000 for a quick maintenance project that our staff would in large part execute. We are talking about designing a plaza, and that's several $100,000. So if we're to proceed down that aspect, I think just providing staff with clear design direction either tonight or the city council designating a process. And as I said before, typically cities will use your Park and Recreation Committee, a subcommittee of the city council, or even community input and community engagement when you're doing something of this magnitude. But we are happy to execute as directed by the city council with clear direction.
And thank you, City Manager, very much. Councilmember Hamilton.
So I just want to share with the colleagues that, you know, in the discussions that we had with Councilmember Medina and I as part of the Downtown Improvement Committee, all those same questions about lighting, about shade, about, you know, can we have a pergola, can we, you know, we talked about all of those things, and we heard the exact same feedback that we just got from the city manager in terms of cost. And we knew that, you know, going into this, that cost was a major factor and a major inhibitor on this project. So that's why these options don't have those things. What I was articulating earlier with having the design be open and flexible means that so like an option like option 1B there gets us the majority of the way of where, in my opinion, the majority of the way of where we need to go in terms of transforming that space into a usable space by the community where events can be held, where merchants can have their own events there if they wish, where people can go and where people can gather, where people can go and get takeout and go and sit and have lunch, and all those things. And it's also pretty wide open for future improvement. And if we, you know, if we or a future council wants to allocate money to build a pergola at the upper left there, great. But as far as changing the scope of this project and making it larger, it's just going to get less and less support by the rest of us, and we're just going to be spinning our wheels and not getting anywhere. And you know, it's you know, quite a shame that we lost a whole year on this. But we are where we are, and now we have to decide where we want to go from here. I really don't want to abandon. I really don't want to just stop and say we're going to do anything here. And I think at least the majority of us agree that the park shouldn't stay the way that it is. And I'm just trying to figure out a way that we can move forward in a way that results in a usable park without breaking the bank. And I think 1B is a reasonable option. And if we want to go and add those other things later, we always can. But I really implore my colleagues here to consider what can we do now so that we can move this ahead and stop having this project be spinning its wheels.
Well, okay. Yeah, you know, I want to say I think you've heard. I think 3, 4, or 5 are saying 2A2B is not what people want. So I think we're already moving somewhere, right? I don't think that we've been the hamper to things not happening either. I think Councilmember Salazar summarized very adequately and correctly. And I think you've heard from the majority at least that said, yeah, they want to see some type of improvement. I think the concern was the cost and how we're paying for it. Those nuances that are important that we have to answer to people. You know, if we want to do an addition, how are you going to maintain that, pay the taxes on it? I mean, all those things matter. So I appreciate your employing this, but I don't know that we're to where we're on the brink, I don't think. And maybe I'm misreading misreading us.
Well, maybe I should clarify what I was hearing from city manager in terms of our various options Some of those options included, well, maybe we should have have design sessions or community input or whatever, and blow it up into a much bigger thing that's probably going to result in a design that's going to be far more expensive, and they may not even have support to end up getting built.
Okay, thank you for the clarity. Yeah, well, and I think I alluded to that when you do go to bodies, i.e. Park and Rec Commission, people have the ideas, right? And so they start to embark upon it, like was done earlier. And I think the city manager brought up a good point in the sense of, do you talk to some of the merchants nearby? Do you talk to that homeowner right behind it that, it's going to, the change of that would obviously affect, what goes on there. So, and whether you need the permission or not, I think it's just good neighborly is what you do, is you talk to your neighbors. And so the city should do the same. Vice Mayor Mason.
Yeah, no, I was going to agree with you, Mayor Medina. I don't think anybody so far has needed to be employed. I think and I don't think nobody that I know of was in the downtown committee meeting except you two. So that's good to know. We just learned that. But I don't think it also prohibits the city from doing what they've done in the past, which is providing options. I think my concern is that there's a commitment from the city to Florida Park, and I think that's we have to find a way to make that happen. But being that we're on Centennial Park now, I think we need to just move forward. I think the council has set option 1A or 1B. I trust staff. That's why we're paying a designer to come back to us and provide some options now that there has been feedback from the council. And there's nothing wrong with providing different options that can go from a basic model within a $200,000 budget all the way upward of, right now we're looking at $422,000. The council doesn't have to say yes to those, but I think having the options allow us to move to the next step, and then hopefully we can pick something and then just move on. Because I do think having a number of design sessions and study sessions, we're never going to get anywhere, and we're going to keep spending a lot of money on consultants. So I would ask that we move forward. I think the majority of the council has set out 1A and 1B are the preferred two, and then maybe taking those with some of the suggestions made and coming back with some more realistic, not basic designs, but more realistic designs, and then making a decision from there.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I mean, and again, keep in mind this is an action. It is a resolution, so it is asking for an amount not to exceed $26,112. And before I go for if there's any action from council, I just want to go back around because the city manager was very articulate when he was saying, hey, folks, I've heard a lot, and I just want to be really clear when we're walking away from this. So I don't want to just pass or not pass a resolution, and then the city manager, who very well said, hey, folks, please, let's go down a path together so that we're all on the same page. So city manager, please make sure for us.
Sure. So let me recap what I believe I've heard. For staff to go back and work with the designer around the 1A, 1B concept that will include additional adds like lighting, not just safety lighting, but plaza lighting, pergolas, and areas where there can be seating, as well as including the additional scope areas as options, and return to the city with a palette that looks more similar to options 1A and 1B, with a number of optional adds, an estimated cost, and a design that is slightly more refined than what you see today for 1A, 1B. Knowing that may be a $200,000 model, or all in it may be significantly more, but provide the city council with options. If there are any other elements that I missed, please say them. What I think I've heard also around options 1A and 1B is to retain the time capsule. We did not mention the fountain, but I know that the council community knows that the current fountain has also already been demoed and was the site of the Christmas tree. And in our conversations, we were not thinking of putting a new fountain in the plaza, but having it be more of a flexible space. And so that is what I've heard. Please opine if there are additional elements, design elements that you would like us to provide options on. The other thing that we have not talked about, but we did talk about at the downtown committee, was one of the main differences with option 2 and option 2A and B is it makes the primary path of travel through the center of the plaza, which your police department will tell you actually adds a safety element to have the primary method of travel from the parking lot going through the plaza versus to leave the walkway as separate. And so we haven't talked about that here, but I just want to say that because that was part of the reason for including this additional scope area was to allow people to, on a normal basis, traverse through the plaza. So happy for any additional feedback on what I've mentioned. But that is how staff will proceed.
Was there anything that what the city manager said what needed to be added to and or modified, like the lighting? I know I was more on the safety, but I don't know if some people were saying evening lighting, but that does add a lot of cost rather than just renting lights for special events as we do at times. But anyway, is there anything different from what the manager said? I'm not seeing any hands up from anyone. Oh, Mr. Hamilton, Councilmember Hamilton, sorry. You're on mute.
Sorry, I just have a question. So if the direction that we're giving is to direct staff and the consultants to bring us back the palette of options that we just discussed, do we still need to authorize the additional $26,000, or can that be done under the remit of the money that we've already allocated? And then we would instead authorize cost based on whatever design we pick at the next go round. Just trying to figure out if we'd be still going through with the resolution that's before us.
City manager.
Sure. So Councilmember Hamilton, please. That is a yes and a no. And so the amendment that is before you is really to provide contract authorization. So once we have a conceptual design, the designer can immediately proceed through construction documents in detail, so we have essentially a bid package. Now, we don't have to do that right now, and we could retool the money that we have authorized with the landscape architect and say, hey, right now, we want to amend the contract to say that we are only in conceptual. We're only talking conceptual. We will return back to the city council once we have those conceptual documents and those rough cost estimates. And then the council will at that point decide whether we proceed down for further design. Either way, the amount of money we spend between now and then is the same. It's just a contracting vehicle question. So we can do it either way.
With that said, I mean, I would be, since it has to come back before us anyway, and we wouldn't proceed to the point where we would then they're not going to proceed to the point where they're going to start putting together construction documents until they come to us to figure out which design that they're going to implement. It would make sense to me that we simply give the direction tonight to have staff come back with those options for our next meeting and not authorize any additional funds tonight. That would make the most sense to me.
City manager and or city attorney or whomever, you're saying that is an option and that is okay?
It's an option. We can adjust the current contract to be strictly limited to the conceptual design phase, and then with cost estimates, and then return to the city council for direction after that. Not at all.
So you've heard a suggestion by Councilmember Hamilton.
I'm happy to turn it into a motion if you wish.
Well, I think it was that we don't have a motion on the resolution. I don't know.
On the resolution, manager, no, so I would make a motion that we direct staff to prepare options based on what has been discussed tonight, and come back to us with a palette of options based on options 1A and 1B, and with optional additions based on all the discussions that we've had tonight for consideration at a future meeting.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor then. Is there a second to Mr. Hamilton's motion?
I second.
There's a motion made and seconded. Hamilton, Mason. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Aye.
Councilmember Marty Medina?
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar?
No.
Vice Mayor Mason?
Aye.
Mayor Rigo Medina?
Aye. Motion passed 4-1. All right, next we will move on to item B under conduct of business, please.
Item B, adopt resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Laurel Landscaping, Inc. for the renovation of the College Drive median from Skyline to Sherrill Drive in an amount not to exceed $99,839.
Thank you very much. Director McCullough, please.
Hello. Okay, so switching gears out of the downtown, this evening I'm going to present a rather interesting project that staff has been working on in collaboration with several community partners to improve College Drive median. It's not working. There we go. So just to give a little timeline of this project, there's been work on this for quite a while, certainly since before I started working with the city. In 2018, members of the Pacific Heights neighborhood reached out to the city because they were interested in having the median between Skyline and about Sherrill Drive improved. And so the city didn't have the resources to do this, but the community became really engaged in efforts to kind of enhance their neighborhood. They were making landscape improvements to their private property. They coordinated cleanup events in the College Drive area. And then they began planting some trees in the public right-of-way and even on the median between Skyline and Sherrill Drive. Although the city didn't have the resources to support like a maintenance project to rehab the median, they did install some irrigation in order to see the trees that were planted by the neighborhood thrive. In about 2020, city and members from the community and some city staff began to strategize a bit on the project and thought, well, if the community was kind of putting up some sweat equity and plantings and whatnot, maybe we could find some different community partners to kind of work on this so we can execute a project. So it wasn't just the city paying the bill, but there could be different community partners. So we had a conversation with Skyline College, which is just up the road, and they said, well, if you give us a plan and an estimate, we'll think about helping you out. So in 2021, D.R. Horton provided a schematic design and planting plan for us. They offered to do this as an in-kind donation to the project. City staff took a look at the plan, and we worked with Laurel Landscaping that kind of has extensive knowledge on some of the hardscape that was recommended in the plan. And so we wanted to get an estimate so then we could go trying to figure out how to fund this project. And so the project scope, based on the plan developed by D.R. Horton, was about $80,000 if we just did softscape, but the plan really kind of included some decorative hardscape elements, and that would make the execution to be as much as $120,000. So anyway, we had this plan in hand. Around that time, we also knew that this was a project which could come up, so we had $30,000 allocated in the 21-22 budget as part of the park maintenance budget, so we could be a contributor in the project. And we also reached out to Skyline and said, hey, we've got this plan, and if we're equal partners in this, the city, we figured we would put in about 40 with some other maintenance money that we had. Can you match us? And so in April, Skyline notified us that they'd be happy to contribute $40,000 to improve the project. So because we've been working with Laurel Landscaping, we wanted them to give us an estimate on the project. And so the scope of work for this project, first of all, we want to preserve the trees that are there. that have been there and thriving, as well as those that were planted by the community. We want to replace the existing ground cover with new low-level drought-tolerant plants. We'll have to install some irrigation and drip coverage. That there is water to the trees, but we'll have to make sure the new plantings have a water source. And we're also going to install decorative hardscaping, and we're going to use some cobblestone and river rock at the termination points of the islands, and also to kind of create planting breaks. And one of the things that we would like to do in medians, as we have a chance to kind of do some maintenance and replacement, is to kind of cut some swaths in of hardscape to lower the areas of maintenance, but do it in a decorative way. So staff reviewed the proposal and worked with Laurel to value engineer the hardscaping elements and negotiate a final cost. When we first got the estimate from them, it was close to $220,000. But we were looking at like the mulch material that we're using around the plants, and we wanted to replace it with mulch that we use on hand in the Parks Department. We decreased the density of plantings. A lot of times with the new design, things are planted so tight together that there's no room for stuff to grow, and then you can't get in between the plantings in order to clean and maintain them. And so after we made some of these changes with Laurel, we reduced, we negotiated a new price at $99,839. It's important to note that this is a landscape maintenance project and replaces the existing material. It's not a public works project that requires formal or informal competitive bidding per the Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Act. So due to their community participation and project assistance with advising the schematic plan, and due to their collaborative value engineering on the proposal, staff will be recommending at the end of this presentation for authorization of agreement with Laurel. So pending council's action tonight, the landscaping would begin on June 6th and take about 3 weeks to complete. This is the actual schematic plan that was provided by D.R. Horton as an in-kind contribution to the project. The plan shows a repeat pattern of drought-tolerant plants that will replace the existing ground cover, and the groupings provide more of an impacted species instead of having 5 different plants in a 10 square foot area. So there's groupings with these breaks of hardscape. So in their rendering, D.R. Horton spec'd out brushed concrete, and this is one of the materials that we decided to replace with cobblestone because it was actually way more cost effective to use. And as I mentioned, the breaks that we have in between the plantings really helps us with maintenance. So for the project funding, the full cost of the median landscaping, including labor, is $99,839. As I mentioned, City Council approved a budget enhancement in the 21-22 budget of $30,000 in the park maintenance budget. $40,000 has been committed from Skyline College, and so the remaining $29,839 needed to complete is actually available in our maintenance operations budget. So the full $99,839 will be charged to park maintenance, and then Skyline will reimburse us at the end of the project, and we'll credit that back to the project. And then I also wanted to include this table because I think it tells a really cool story about the project. This project shows the value of the project with the different contributions from the different players. And so including, so the community parks, if you start looking at this, they included the trees planted on the median that are incorporated in the design. We had the design and planting plan donated by D.R. Horton, and then the contribution from Skyline College. So the total value of the project, if you include those in-kind components of the trees and the schematic design, that total value is $125,839, and 66,000, or more than half, or 52% of it was from the community. So I think that was a pretty interesting success in doing something differently in the community. So again, the actual request before you this evening is to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Laurel Landscaping for a renovation of the College Drive median from Skyline to Sherrill in an amount not to exceed $99,839. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Again, what I'd like to do is open it up to questions on the presentation only, please. Then go to the community and hear their comments, and then come back for your comments and or direction and action. Questions from colleagues on the presentation, please. Vice Mayor Mason.
Just when was the last time the city has made an investment of this kind in this part of San Bruno?
Councilwoman Mason, I think the staff here tonight do not have the ability to answer that question.
Okay. So I would just say that I don't think we've seen anything like this, so I'm happy to see something going to this part of Skyline. Thank you.
Okay, we'll get our comments when we circle back, but so noted. All right, no other hands. Members from the community, and then we'll bring it back to council. Are there any folks from the community that wish to speak on this topic?
We have one speaker, Lex Livingood. Let me let them in. Okay. Whenever you're ready. Lex?
Ms. Livingood, if you press *6 if you're on the phone to unmute yourself, that should work.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so Mayor Medina, Vice Mayor Mason, council members, Director Amatola, and City Manager. As you know, the community, which I live in that community, was born and raised in that community, my mother being Carolyn Livingood. We have been asking to have something done well, since my mom passed away. We got involved. As Director Matola had mentioned previously, you know, the community planted trees. We went out there. We tried to make it nice because, as many of you know, there was 2 developments that took place, Marisol and Summit Ridge. The people in Pacific Heights had to live through that without anybody addressing cleaning those medians up. They've been not maintained since I have been there, which is over 40 years. So, you know, we also approached the college with the city to say, hey, this is the gateway to the college, which they don't like the way it looks, hence the reason they've, you know, now gotten involved with us. So this is a project that's been, you know, that hasn't been addressed, that has been deferred for decades, the maintenance up there. And so, you know, I know I've talked about it with all of you, and I hope that you would, you know, approve this, given the fact that we have the money now from the college. They'd like to see the improvement as well, and recognize that a community came together and spent over $10,000 trying to improve. So I again, you know, thank you for, you know, hearing me out on this, but this is a big deal to this community up there, a very big deal, and they've gone through a lot. So thank you for listening, and hopefully we get this approved.
Thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate it. The next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jeremy Sarnecki. Jeremy, whenever you're ready.
Hello, I just wanted to lend my voice and say that I think this is a really great idea. Although I have grown pretty fond of those trees from my days of going to Skyline Community College. I like the idea of the cobblestone breaks, making it easy to manage, and I think it's just wonderful that the community college has put forward half of the estimated cost. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you for your comments. Any other speakers, please?
I do not see any other hands up.
Thank you very much. Okay, wait for the timer to come down. There we go. Thank you so much. With that, I'm going to bring it back to council, but I do want to say, you know, I appreciate, what I think I appreciate most is that the community coming together and coming out and saying, hey, you know, we want to improve something, and we're going to be a part of it, not only physically, financially, and working with the community college, Skyline College, also some of those folks. And, you know, to Carol Livingood, God rest her soul, who it was one of her wants and wishes, and obviously her daughter is pursuing that endeavor and that goal and objective as well. And so we want to thank everyone up there for all that they have done and are doing. So with that, colleagues, comments and or questions or action? I see it. There we go. Councilmember Salazar.
I didn't see any action. I was going to move the item forward, but I just wanted to say that it is unique and interesting to see the community come together and partner with the city on things like this, and hopefully this ushers in an era of more of these types of partnerships, because we're definitely deficient in our maintenance, and seeing opportunities like this is definitely inspiring. So if there aren't any other comments, I'll introduce the resolution. Oh, it looks like Marty does have a comment.
We have everybody's hands up. So I'll ask, we'll go around the room once, and Councilmember Medina's next, then we'll go to Councilmember Hamilton, then we will go to Vice Mayor Mason. You're on mute.
Didn't push that button. Dang, I almost got through the meeting without making that kind of mistake. But yes, I walked with the mayor with Lex living good down the street and kind of looked at what they've been seeing, and I'm in supporting of this project. My concern and question, drought tolerant are fantastic. However, just wanted to make sure that these selected plants are not only drought tolerant, but they're able to withstand the sometimes very difficult weather there. So I would like some reassurances that that's been thought through, because the worst thing possible is the plants don't make it up there. If they were native somehow or another, that would be even more awesome, but I don't know enough about that. So and as for the trees, the trees that were added to the median were provided by the community, and the city didn't provide any trees, or there's no other trees being planted. Those are my questions for now.
Thank you, Councilmember.
And if I could I'll just go ahead and finish this out. And as for the maintenance, right? We all know that maintenance of our medians has been problematic. And what is the plan to be able to deal with this? I know that we're by putting some hardscape there and them being newer, but their weeds always come up, you know, and just wanted to hear staff articulate a little bit about the maintenance that will be required. Thank you.
Thank you. City staff?
Thank you, Mayor Medina. To answer Councilmember Medina's questions, so first about the planting palette. One of the things we actually don't really have, because there were some medians that were not designed by the city, right, but we maintained them, was really like looking at the plants and looking at them for the different microclimates that we have to make sure that they were durable for where they are. That particular area, as you mentioned, has some, you know, it's its own unique climate, and there are a lot of things which don't thrive. So it's been vetted out by 3 different people that work with plantings like in that area. And we did narrow it down, and we have something which we're confident will survive. We also made a decision not to add any more trees, because it's the trees that are there will actually kind of, you know, they're young trees. They've only been planted in the last, you know, several years, and they're going to grow and take a lot of space, and we don't want to overplant the trees that are on the island. And then as far as the maintenance, so one of the interesting, well, we use this kind of as an exercise to say, if we were able to design an island from scratch and design something that we knew we could maintain by the density of plantings, the type of plantings, the way we break them, how can we set ourselves up for success? So what we're trying to do is actually use this as a template for the way we would actually plant or renovate future medians should resources or funds or the situation arise. So this is something that we are working on with park maintenance. We have a different type of approach to addressing this, but again, how you build it has a lot to do with how you maintain it, and we believe that we're setting ourselves up for success with this particular project.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hamilton.
So my question is the exact same question regarding maintenance, but I kept my hand up just so I could say how excited I am for this project. I echo what Councilmember Salazar said about how the uniqueness of this project, about the various community partners coming together, and I hope this serves as a template for future partnerships, and I'm wholeheartedly in favor. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Mason. Vice Mayor, we can't hear you. I mean, you're off. You're not muted, but maybe you're sure the cord.
You can't hear me?
Now we can.
I just hope I don't wake the kids up. I just want to say I'm actually really excited about this. I think it's a good start to what we all like to see in the medians. But I'm also just really impressed with the community. I didn't know Miss Livingood, and I met Miss Livingood's daughter, Lexi, walking one day. And I just want to say I'm so impressed by what oftentimes is called a small but vocal minority. Your neighborhood did not quit, and good for you guys. And I'm really proud to support this tonight. And I do hope this is the first of many projects to come. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all. We've all had an opportunity. I'm going to circle back around to Councilmember Salazar.
All right, thank you, sir. So with that, I will make a motion to introduce a resolution authorizing the agreement with Laurel Landscaping in an amount not to exceed $99,839. And I will second. Oh,
go ahead, Rico.
Once in a while. Roll call.
Councilmember Hamilton,
Aye.
Councilmember Marty Medina,
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Mason,
Aye.
Mayor Rico Medina.
Aye. The resolution passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for presentations and reports. There are no public hearings. We are going to go to a study session during this, but what we are going to do is we are going to take a break. Some of us have we've been in meetings at 5, so I want to give an opportunity for staff and council to stretch the legs. So we're at 9:30. If we all could be back ready to go by 9:40, latest, please, with the cameras on. Thank you very much. Please stay logged in, and meeting is in recess. Thank you all. All right, good evening. It's 9:40 and we are reconvening the San Bruno City Council meeting of Tuesday, May 10th. We are on item 9, study session. Receive progress report on fiscal year 2021-22 City Council strategic initiatives and provide direction on new or modified priority focus areas and related strategic initiatives for fiscal year 2022-2023 that begins on July 1 of 2022. We will now turn it over to our city manager. You're on mute.
I sound better on mute. Good afternoon, good evening, City Council, members of the public, and staff. Like Javon Grogan here to, as the mayor mentioned, present to you the update on your 21-22 strategic initiatives and talk about the selection of your priority focus areas and initiatives for next year. So I want to thank the City Council. I know this is late at the end of a regular meeting, but I think in the month of May and June, we have 12 City Council meetings scheduled, and it was hard to fit this into a more normal standalone study session, just given time schedules and availability. And so we appended it to the back of a regular City Council meeting. So I'm here to provide you with a high-level update. As you know, attachment 1 in your packet has a detailed update. Happy to go through each individual initiative or respond to questions. We'll address that at the end. And we also have all of our department heads here at the ready to answer any detailed questions, but why don't we just launch right into it? So our objective tonight is to provide that update on your existing focus areas and initiatives. This will be your third update of the fourth update of the fiscal year. We will talk about progress on other initiatives that were added during the fiscal year, and then receive, hopefully, in tonight with direction on any amendments, new initiatives, etc. So the background, there are really 5 parts of our conversation: background, update, other initiatives, and direction and next steps. So a little bit of background for, I know council, this will be a little bit of a repeat. Some of our department heads have not been through this process, and some members of our community may tune in for the first time. So just really briefly, our strategic process has evolved, and it is evolving. It is a living and breathing document, and it is a living and breathing thing that you do every year to set those high-level goals. And so just as a recap over the last 4 years, in 18-19, we started with a simple list of priorities and no defined initiatives. And then that worked pretty well, but in the next year, we wanted to expound upon that. And we developed a 100-page document with priority focus areas and over 101 individual initiatives, and produced a big report and talked a lot about it. And then 2021, we said, you know what, let's streamline it. Let's remove all capital improvement projects, anything that's a regular initiative or that the city does during its normal course and scope, and we simplified the summary spreadsheet. And then this current fiscal year, or leading into this current fiscal year, we did what we always do, is we eliminated those completed initiatives. The City Council added 10 new initiatives, and then we had a process where the City Council voted and put each initiative, the new and the existing, into a priority category. And there were 3 categories. All are important, but 1 is extremely important, 2 is highly important, and 3 is important. And so, again, for background, let's talk about what a priority focus area is. What it really is it's a high-level statement from the City Council that this should be a particular area of focus for the City of San Bruno's government. And it's defined annually. They can and do change over time, living and breathing, based on interest, need, and resources. And over the years, we've made minor modifications to them. And importantly, they're not listed in any order of priority, but they're I know they're called priority focus areas, but it's that higher level list. And so what is a strategic initiative? Well, that is a specific effort that must align to 1 or more of the council's designated priority focus areas. And important, it requires a level of work that is above the normal operations and capital maintenance. And it often requires direct leadership from department directors or the city manager, In some initiatives, this is important, may be accomplished within an annual cycle, while others are, from their outset, multi-year efforts and will not be accomplished in 1 year. And so we recognize that from the outset. So what are your strategic and your priority focus areas? And so they're here, and again, they're not in any order of priority. And so why don't I go from the bottom up? Because we always go from the top down. So from the bottom up, strong governance and organizational health and employee success. Continue to proactively plan for the future of San Bruno. Protect and improve community aesthetics and safety. Continue to strengthen community connections, engagement, and communication. Grow city revenues to assure ongoing fiscal stability and economic vitality. Stability is actually a key word, not sustainability, but that we are stating. Assure rehabilitation and replacement of our critical community facilities and infrastructure, and implement the transit corridor vision to revitalize all important downtown and our commercial quarter that we know we're doing a lot. Okay, so I mentioned before that this will be the fourth update that the City Council has received during this current fiscal year. And so we first met on August 24th, shortly after the July 1 start of the fiscal year, where we received an update, but we also discussed at that meeting the establishment of your Downtown Ad Hoc Committee. Not a strategic initiative, but was at a same study session. And then on October 26th, we had really a true first quarterly update for this initiatives, but we zoned in on those initiatives that were related to city ballot measures, with the recognition that we are there were a number of concepts and ideas for potential ballot measures, and if they were to be placed on the ballot, a real work effort needed to be articulated and designed around those. And so we had a really in-depth conversation of potential ballot measures, and some things were added to the list, and so it really elevated that and made that a central focus of what a lot of individuals in the organization have been working on and are continuing to work on, because this opportunity comes up once every 2 years. And so we wanted to really do a thoughtful process and work with the City Council, and then do the necessary work to bring you that analysis on so you can make an informed decision on what goes on the ballot. And then we had our City Council and Senior Leadership Team retreat, where we went over strategic initiatives and various conversations around individual department goals and objectives, and you heard directly and in detail from every department there. And I think heard from your department heads on how they're leading their departments, but also working and embedding your priority focus areas and strategic initiatives in their work of their department. And then we're here today to receive an update and then talk about any directions for any modified initiatives. So in summary, there are 49 initiatives. And when we adopted these initiatives and through periodic conversations, we've had a lot of conversations about bandwidth, time, resources, capacity, and we recognize that not all of these could be worked on immediately, but many are active. And so right now, of those initiatives that you set forward, 30 are active, so 61% are active projects that people within the organization are working on. 2 or 4% are anticipated to start in the latter 2 months of this fiscal year. 3 or third category, 11 or 22% are not likely to start this fiscal year, and we'll talk about those in detail if council wishes. But those are primarily due to resource constraints, and 6 of them we have completed, so 12%. And again, there's an individual progress spreadsheet on attachment 1. Just to note a few other significant initiatives that occurred during the fiscal year. And so one of them is that meeting on October 26th that we talked about, where we went into depth with regard to potential ballot measures. And so what was already set forth excuse me, in your strategic initiatives was a potential ballot measure with regard to a charter city and a commercial property transfer tax, as well as looking at infrastructure funding and primarily stormwater. And so, but at our October 26th meeting, there were a number of additional adds to that, and it was look at potentially increasing the city's card room tax, look at potentially transitioning to a rotational mayor, campaign finance, contribution limits, and implement term limits for the mayor and city council members. In addition, added during the fiscal year was an investigation of reducing speeds to 50 miles per hour around schools as a expansion or appendix to our Safe Routes to Schools project. That was directed on October 26th, and staff recently reported on that and received direction from the City Council. And initiate a on-call concrete repair contract was directed on December 1st, and staff has taken that on and is working to bring a report on that to the City Council. And then, last on this list, but certainly not least, really at the beginning of the fiscal year, the City Council authorized a reimagining Tan Fran land use fact sheet to really articulate a vision for the reuse of the shops at Tan Fran and that entire 44-acre site. And that really led to where we are today, where we have a purchaser of that land that really is looking to embody the city's vision and develop a mixed-use retail, housing, and office with entertainment uses, and we will be launching on that master plan process. So the outlook for next fiscal year. So there are several ongoing important initiatives that will have significant progress made in the coming months into next fiscal year, and/or a number will be completed. In addition, there are some initiatives that may need to be reassessed for their importance and continuing relevance, given the need to make progress on other initiatives, and that's really the bandwidth item, which is last on the list, is that we know that there's limited staff bandwidth and workload capacity, and that is a critical issue affecting progress on a number of these initiatives. And so our next steps tonight is staff is primed and ready to provide an individual update on each of the initiatives, address any questions that council has on those initiatives, and then engage in a discussion around council's direction on the 22-23 initiatives, starting with the priority focus areas, and then going to the initiatives, and first having a conversation on, does council wish to amend any of the, let's back up, amend any of the existing initiatives, eliminate any of the existing initiatives, add new initiatives, and then prioritize, similar to what the City Council did last year. You have the option to prioritize new initiatives, certainly, and or reprioritize existing initiatives. And so that concludes the PowerPoint presentation. I do want to bring up this spreadsheet because when we get into our discussion about potentially adding new initiatives, what we envision is utilizing the same process that we had last year, where we have staff ready, where we will list out any potential suggestions from the City Council for new initiatives. If there's an estimated budget, we will add that, but we likely may not know that number. And then last year what we did is we went around and the City Council voted on which of these potential new initiatives will proceed forward. And then you each voted on a priority category. And this was either 1, extremely important, 2, highly important, and 3, important. And then we looked at the average and median and then provided a category. And so we're primed to do that work. And the tables will generate automatically. And then should the City Council desire, we do have the entire list of the 49 initiatives and are happy to go through them. I'm certainly primed and ready. And then you have your department heads here tonight that can add any additional detail. So why don't I pause there for questions from the City Council and a question on would the City Council like to go through each individual initiative or simply begin with questions? And we are happy again to do either way.
And I can't see all of you simultaneously, so thank you. I was going to say, what would you like to do? Vice Mayor Mason.
Yeah, I would just reiterate what I said last year, which is this is the only time that the council has an opportunity to have initiatives. So I'd really just be interested on the council's initiatives that were created from last year. So that would be my preference. Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Other colleagues? I'm sorry. Yes.
I just respond to that.
Yeah, please.
All of the initiatives that are listed, all 49, were directed by the city council. And there were 10 additional ones that were added. And so the process that the city council went through last year really was to scrub this list for only those items that the city council wants on their strategic initiative list. And so if there is anything on this list that the city council feels, you know what, that's no longer a strategic initiative, we would strike it out with, of course, concurrence or a majority vote on the city council. But know that this list no longer includes any capital improvement projects or anything that was not designated as a strategic initiative for the city council.
Okay, so just for clarification, these were all initiated by the city council, initiated by this council or prior councils?
Yes, and adopted and confirmed before the start of the current fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Medina.
Yeah, I would like to hear a brief update on all of them. I know it's late, but it's our opportunity to hear, and community to hear, and these are important. Thank you.
Other comments?
I'll concur.
Okay, so let us begin with concurrence.
Okay. Well, I heard from two, but okay. I just wanted to make sure everybody has an opportunity to be heard before we start moving forward. But please go ahead, City Manager.
All right. Sure. Sorry, I took the silence as concurrence to proceed.
That's fair.
Installation of downtown parking meters. So this is an active project. While it was designated as a 3 as an important category, this project is primarily being led by the police department. It is one of the few direct initiatives that they are leading, and because it is a council strategic initiative, significant progress has been made. As the council knows, that there was a study session on March 1, and we are working on finalizing implementation plans. We are talking to potential vendors. We are looking at potential meter locations. We have assessed and reassessed where we will have large kiosks or individual meetings, and we'll be recommending going with a hybrid. And as we discussed on March 1, when we come back to the City Council, which we're planning to do in the first quarter of next fiscal year, we will have rate recommendations as well as recommended funding sources and a timeline for project execution. Wayfinding signage. In my view, I cannot see any hands, and so Mr. Mayor, please interrupt me if there's a hand and council would like to pause on a question. Otherwise, I'll keep going. Fair enough?
Yeah, absolutely. I just put up the screen so I can see it. And what we're going to do, yes, City Manager, thank you. And as far as any community input, we're going to wait for the whole presentation. So I just want to give the heads up. Go ahead, City.
All right. So wayfinding signage, this project is connected to downtown parking meters, and that has been delayed due to staffing ability to have a designated lead on that project. But we do anticipate assigning a contract project manager to that project. And while it will not start this fiscal year, we are timing that to start in Q1 of next fiscal year. Important to note that this project is planned to be executed in concert with the installation of the parking meter project. And we do anticipate that there will be an additional funding need for this project. That initial budget of $225,000 was really seed money to begin, and we talked about that on March 1st. Installation of temporary loading zones. While this says number 3 anticipated to start, the council will remember that this project first started as a sort of phase 1 to do temporary loading zones. That was implemented, but then there was a request by the city council to look into additional loading zones or drop-off or potential short-term spaces for food delivery services that would have a designated space to pick up food, pick up food at a local restaurant and then deliver it. And so that phase 2 is what we're talking about here. And that project has not started in really its staff resources to undertake that work, primarily in the Public Works Department. Trash receptacles, a funded project that is nearly complete. All of the, 90% of the new receptacles are installed. There are some minor adjustments. We have some manufacturers sent out a few of the wrong units, and so we're working through that. But very much improvement. Both the big belly units and the regular trash cans have been installed, and so we anticipate that to be complete either by the end of the fiscal year or shortly thereafter. In many ways, another project, phase 2 of that project, which when this started, council wanted to look at trash receptacles and newspaper racks, and we bifurcated it, and we have not yet identified a staff resource to take on the newspaper rack portion of this project. And so that is anticipated to start later this fiscal year. We are looking at reconfiguring some workloads for some work to begin on this in the latter 2 months of this fiscal year. Downtown greening and landscaping. This is an unfunded project. In many ways, a project where we know is of significant interest to the City Council. And the first iteration of this project began with a ask for a landscape architect that we know was not approved in the budget initially picked to come from Measure G funds. And so Council then at the Q2 update made a request to reconfigure this effort by relaunching it as a more tailored project to look at planting trees along Gentleman Avenue downtown. And so staff did some initial work to look into that. And really we need to acquire the services of a landscape architect. We're estimating the cost of that landscape architect services at $25,000 to begin the process of determining exactly where the trees will be planted, what subterranean facilities need to be relocated or put in, et cetera. But we do not want to begin this project without really a professional assessment and understanding of what we're stepping into, because we know that that's when we get into problems. Posey Park is a now funded project. The budget for this project was $575,000, and while it's designated unlikely to start this fiscal year, significant funding work did happen this fiscal year. So the city did initially allocate funds of $375,000 from the Park and Loo Fund, and through work of some of our electeds on the City Council, a Measure K grant was awarded recently on May 4th in the amount of $2,000 to complete the budget for this project. And we'll be discussing this through our capital budgeting project, and look forward to launching this project in next fiscal year. Centennial Plaza improvements, I will not waste time on that because we just had a item on that project and went in depth into that project. Community fiber upgrade. This is an active project with respect to pilot projects. And so the City Council knows that there were a number of fiber to the home pilot projects, Skyline Ridge, which is installed, Marisol, which is active, active and nearing completion, and Spyglass and Seacliff Way, which is planned to begin in June and July of 2022. And Florida Park is currently on hold pending additional funding and personnel resources. The second phase of this project was to embark on a full assessment of the city net enterprise, the business plan, the financial model, and was a recommendation of the city's auditor. And so the city did release an RFP for this study. That work has commenced. As the city council knows, it is on our list of meetings to attempt to fit in that we have not yet been able to fit in, but know that the work is ongoing. We were planning an initial study session simply to talk about the scope of the work. What I have asked staff to do is to, given our schedule and timing of actually getting a time for that meeting, or that first phase, is that we intend to send the city council a agenda memo with a copy of the scope of work that the consultant is undertaking, so that the city council has that information. But know that I do believe that it is the full complement of the work that the city council has opined on and requested on numerous occasions. Item 6 is complete, and so that was the traffic calming toolkit. The Adopt a Drain program, I think we've talked about this a number of times in prior updates. We know it's a very important strategic initiative, just unfortunately do not have the resources within the Public Works Department to begin this effort, and we all know that our stormwater fund is significantly underfunded. On-call concrete repair, this was directed by the City Council in December, and so we are working on that. This is one of those that was added during the fiscal year, and so the Public Works Department anticipates returning to the Council with a report in Q2 of 22-23. All-important grant writing, and so the City Council, a very important initiative, funded this project for the city to obtain a grant writer. And so we released an RFP, and that project was led by a former Chief People Officer, Assistant City Manager, and just before her departure a few months ago, the RFP responses were reviewed in a cross-departmental team. And really the outcome of that is there were a number of vendors that could provide a number of different services to the city, but there was not one vendor that really rose to the top that could provide the whole complement of services to the city. The responses were really vendors that specialized in various departments. And the initial assessment from staff was that it would, now that we have the list of potential vendors, all of those vendors are able to support the city if we ever are applying for a grant and need grant writing assistance. And so we will go back and make a determination, a firm determination on, is there a particular vendor that we can enter into contract with? But we know a number, two of the specific vendors that replied routinely send the city their list of potential grants. And so should we see a grant on that list, we could then enter into a contract with them for those services. Comprehensive fiscal sustainability, this in many ways as an initiative is a ongoing initiative that has taken on numerous sub-phases and as a project really unto itself. City charter and commercial property transfer tax, really won't spend too much time on that, but that is a funded initiative with all of our ballot initiatives that are funded in active research, and we have an interdepartmental team working on this item, as well as a ballot consultant and a community perception survey consultant that will be executing a likely voter poll during the month of May. So we'll be out with a poll that will inform council's decisions, and the city council knows that there is a study session for June 7th on this item and the other potential items. The city attorney is finalizing agreements with voluntary collection with two short-term rental platforms, and the revenue estimates are being finalized and included in the 22-23 budget. And so that is certainly an active project and will conclude this fiscal year. Cannabis regulations, as the City Council knows, there was a ballot measure that provided the city with the ability to charge a tax up to 10% for cannabis businesses. The City Council then directed staff to develop cannabis regulations. A study session was held in February of 22, and staff is working very hard to keep the commitment to the City Council to return before the end of the year with cannabis regulations, and we are anticipating going before the City Council in September 22 of this year. Stormwater is a potential ballot initiative appended with infrastructure financing, and we are looking and analyzing, the City Council knows, at a potential infrastructure bond to include stormwater and potentially other critical infrastructure that we know is significantly underfunded in the city. And so this will be the topic of our special meeting on June 7th. Cost allocation plan and user study that is complete with the addition of the City Council knows that we a few months ago, actually last month I believe, we took an update to the City Council for user fees in the upcoming fiscal year, and the direction there was to submit an off-agenda memo to the City Council, and so we are working on that and we'll be doing that. Card room tax, that City Council knows and we've talked about, that was added. We are working, that will be discussed at the June 7th meeting. Transition to a rotational mayor, we have majority of City Council direction to continue moving with that, and significant ballot measure language and research being undertaken over the last several weeks in preparation for our June 7th meeting. Term limits for the mayor and the City Council. We had a study session with the City Council on this item a few weeks ago. The City Council provided clear direction to have a 3-term limit of consecutive terms for council members, and we are proceeding with that. And we'll prepare that as an option for the City Council, and we'll again discuss it on June 7th. 10.9 campaign finance contribution limits. We have clear direction from the City Council to begin on imposing local campaign contribution limits of $500 for individuals and $1,000 for corporations. When we were at the City Council last, the City Council to ask staff to assess whether we could implement that in time for the November 22 elections, or whether we could bring an ordinance to the City Council but have it implemented in November 2024. And we're still assessing that, and we'll be providing the City Council with an analysis of staff's ability. As the City Council know, we have a staffing shortage in our city clerk's office, so we are actively assessing our ability to accomplish council's directive. And then the next two I will take together, because while they are separate studies, that the effort is going on simultaneously, and so that is a water rate study and a sewer rate study, and this was a significant interest of the City Council. The City Council opined on the scope of work here and how we should look at potentially setting water and sewer rates and how they're calculated. We are undertaking this work and anticipate being completed by December 2022. And we are working on a off-agenda memo to give the City Council a full update on the project that will be distributed either at the end of this month or the beginning of next month. All right, let's keep rocking and rolling. So number 12, or 12.0, we know that there's subcategories. Hybrid meetings and Channel 1 upgrades. This is an active project where the City Council has funded the project at $250,000 with ARPA funds. And toward the end of the last calendar year, 2021, we were waiting on equipment to arrive so we'd install it. And that equipment has arrived, and we have installed it. And so we're working on implementing the upgrades to Channel 1. And then we have appended to this project Council's direction and desire. I know that was brought up today for a hybrid meeting setup. And so we are estimating that project to be complete in July 22 and be able to return to full hybrid meetings in July 22. And I know that is an extension from our initial estimate of May this month. There has been some delays in the hybrid meeting setup and how the senior center is being designed, and the microphones and the monitors. And so we are slightly delayed on that project, but estimating being completed in July 22. Summer, Saturday, and Sunday street closures for downtown. This is a unfunded, unlikely to start this fiscal year. Council is aware, and it was again mentioned earlier today, that there was a limited street event last year, but a larger program to develop a series of summer, Saturday, and Sunday street closures really has been limited due to staff. We would have liked to begun that project, but simply do not have the staff resources to lead it. But what we have done is due to the rack construction and issues with crossing El Camino Real, we have shifted Posey Parade and the Community Day, as we talked about earlier in this meeting, that will be a downtown event. And we've added a number of community enhancements and chalk art that we talked about in other events to really make that a wonderful event for the downtown. East-west street alignment. So this is an active project with a caveat. And so the initial work on this project has begun through our franchise negotiations with Recology. This is a very important project, we recognize, but it comes at a very, very significant cost. Should we realign how we sweep streets across the city, there will not only be a cost because we are significantly increasing the number of lane miles, but there will also be an enforcement cost. And so we, through our franchise agreement conversations, are inquiring on Ecology's ability to give the city a quote to potentially do these services. And once we receive that, we know we have significant conversations with the organizations, our labor groups, and the city council on that. But it is a way to have those costs on the franchise agreement and accomplish the city council's goal. But there will certainly need to be enforcement costs, and we will continue to work on this project. Citywide parking programs. This is an active project, and it's really been paired with Initiative 1.1 on parking meters. And I know we've talked about that before and why this project is aligned there. And so I think we can actually take this one off if council so desires and really leave it at 1.1. Okay, as we keep rolling through here. And Mr. Mayor, I have not seen you interrupt me or raise your hand, so I'm assuming there are no questions from council.
I have not seen any so far. Thank you for checking.
Either I have put everyone to sleep, or I have answered, or I'm doing a sufficient enough job where there are no questions.
I think you're doing a sufficient enough job, and you just woke up Marty Medina, Councilmember Medina.
Yeah, I was holding my questions to the end, so I apologize for that.
No
but I'm realizing that the hour and trying to get through everything and have something substantial. I'm feeling that this is kind of a limited kind of update, and I'm feeling like the amount of effort to reprioritize and to would take much more time. So I at least want you to get through the presentation.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're happy to continue to go through or jump right into to council questions, but I will speed up. Wildland Risk Crestmore Wildfire Project. As the City Council knows, we were successfully able to convert community service hours into money with PG&E and the federal court that is overseeing their probation. And so the city has a project that is funded with $3.2 million, $3 million coming from PG&E, $2 million coming from the city. We've done a number of defensive space clearings and around the rim of the canyon. 100 feet defensible space. Really, in this limited update, I really cannot do that work justice and the amount of fire prevention and mitigation work that we've done. It's truly been a remarkable effort. So that work has been done. There are other projects planned for that. Citywide wildfire mitigation. So the city council funded this project in the budget at $150,000. And as you know, we did a significant evacuation route clearing along Crystal Springs Road. And frankly, as we all know, the tree was so overgrown, the fire truck had to drive down the middle of the street. And so it hadn't been done in quite some time. And that was an important project. There was the chipping program. We hired a new fire inspector that is really doing an amazing job at supporting this new program. We are working on contracts for additional fire mitigation and a citywide RFP for wildfire mitigation is being developed. Clean and Bruno, as the city council knows, we launched the abandoned waste program with Recology. Council directed that we look at continuing that through our franchise conversations. Those are ongoing and underway, and we will be returning to council at the conclusion of those discussions. And so we are looking to schedule a meeting with the city council in July or early August for those conversations. Reduce speed limits. I will not waste the city council's time because we talked about that on April 12th and we have direction. Adopt an affordable housing program implementation. So the city has released, or we will be releasing an RFP and actually anticipate awarding that in next fiscal year. So that is an active project that our new planning and housing manager is leading now that he's fully on board and rocking and rolling. So the next project is our affordable housing development partnership. We continue to have conversations with our affordable housing developers. The real challenge is we only have about $3.5 million in our affordable housing trust fund, and so we're really waiting on deposits into that fund for already approved and active projects to reach a state where they deposit additional funds into that program to really make those funds viable and a significant impact. We are continuing to have conversations with developers. Bay Hill specific plan was approved, and so that's struck through and complete online permitting process. This is to be paid by our technology fees, but the full cost is TBD at this point. We have identified a vendor MGO and are working on executing that project and estimate system migration in the summer of 2023. Our economic development program, a really important initiative, but as the city council knows, we had an unsuccessful recruitment for the economic development manager, extended two offers, but unfortunately were not successful in attracting a candidate. With other reorganization conversations in the city manager's office, we're looking forward to coming to the city council later this fiscal year with a reorganization plan. Small business attraction, important initiative that really needs to be defined a little bit more. And so this is on hold pending additional resources. We are having conversations with BayRac, and there is a request from the city council to have the chamber board present to the city council. We have not yet scheduled that presentation, and I know the downtown committee has had conversations with the chamber, but we are waiting to continue further our conversations with BayRac and work with the chamber to find an appropriate time for that update. Really, once the direction has been decided, and they're looking at a process for obtaining additional funds for hiring a executive director, and so various people in the city are in conversations with regard to that. Climate action plan, we went to the city council earlier this year on March 8th for direction on that, and I'll just pause there and say that we are proceeding. The city council has asked for a communication plan. This is an active project, but finalization has been delayed and we do plan to submit that to the City Council in this month. Strong Governance Initiative, the City Council, very important project, nearly complete. We know we paused that and we're looking for a date to have a study session to finalize the document. I think that there are a number of comments from various council members on potential changes to that document. The path forward that staff is recommending is that we allocate time on study session to go through each section and discuss any final changes, knowing that we have differing opinions on the City Council on that, but talk about them in one meeting and then give staff clear direction to make any final changes, give the City Council time to review it, and then put it back on the agenda. The next two, personnel board transition complete, district elections complete, and that the City Council has adopted a map and this project is the large part of this project, which is to map development and adoption, is complete. Staff is continuing to work on public communication and has a direct mailer that will be going to every property in San Bruno that will just remind them of what will be on the November ballot. And so we have that designed and are planning on releasing that. Park Committee, TSPC review, and Cultural Arts review, I'll take all at one time. So 26.4 through 26.6. All of those are unlikely to start this year. The real reason is staffing and resources to begin that. We have identified staff in the city manager's office to support the Heart Committee review, and we anticipate beginning that in Q1. And then with the Cultural Arts Committee review, the City Council has authorized a deputy director for the Community Services Department that will support operations in that department as well as work on the RAC. And so we are anticipating having some resources to begin this project in next fiscal year, but right now it's on hold as we finalize all that. Citywide metrics. Lastly, the City Council, a very important project. And when we had our council and SLT retreat, I think you heard from all the department directors on the work that they're doing, really to lay groundwork and seed work with their management practices and the information that they are working to develop within their units to have the information to better manage, which will really be the underpinning to a citywide metrics project. And this project is currently underfunded and likely will need a consultant resource to come in and help the city develop a comprehensive set of performance metrics. Workload, efficiency, effectiveness measures, etc. Happy to talk about that more. So that concludes the run-through of the update on all 49 initiatives. I'll pause there. I see that there's a hand for public comment, and I know that there are City Council questions out there.
First, let's go to council colleagues.
To the mayor?
There you go. Just waiting. Okay,
Yeah,
Councilman
just want to let the public comment.
Well, if there's no initial questions, then that's fine.
Yeah, I
that's
just wanted
my next
to kind
step.
of hear who's here.
No.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. Seeing no hands from colleagues at this time, let's go to any member of the public on that presentation that was just given by our city manager. If you could please bring them in at this time.
Okay, we have Jeremy Sarnecki. Let me unmute him. Okay, Mr. Sarnecki, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Hey, Council, it's me. So, yeah, I'd like to just maybe propose a new strategic initiative, and that is to teach the city clerk to juggle flaming torches whenever a meeting lasts longer than 10:30. No, but really, I am someone who would consider myself a crusader. I might come off as a idealist because I don't know everything that you do, and I might come off as maybe a little too strong-worded at times, but when I think about how, the former president really tried to pull a Burkina Faso, and he tried to kind of overthrow this government of ours, and a year and a half later, he has not been brought swiftly to justice. That really disturbs me. But, I'm a pragmatist, and I respect what you guys do whenever it's a issue as small as the implications of a 15-mile-an-hour speed zone. I respect the hell out of you guys for every one of you going into the nitty-gritty of what that's going to do. But when I look at what needs to happen, our society needs to get to 100% renewable energy. I'm just going to say it again. Our society needs to get to 100% renewable energy. It's cute. Peninsula Clean Energy, they gave us 10 grand for some solar roofs on the recreation center. That's great. I think we can do a lot better. We're going to have to do a lot better because the risks are too great. The consequences of inaction are too great. Now, I don't know, and I mean this semi-facetiously, I don't know what $1 billion even gets you anymore. It costs $100 billion to build high-speed rail from Merced to Bakersfield. So that's kind of the ballpark that I'm looking at. But you have a budget surplus of California, $68 billion. They're even surprised. And I see a complete lack of vision on the state level side, where they're just going to give the money right back to the voters because they don't even know what to do with all the money. So I'm thinking we have this existential crisis which threatens the habitability of the planet, our access to clean water, and cheap food. So if we could somehow transition to 100% renewable energy in a timely manner, that would be a great thing. How do we do this? So Peninsula Clean Energy needs to take a much more active role and not achieve 100% renewable energy. We have to get to 300% renewable energy to all of the customers and export it to the rest of the state. That's the only way I see that's feasible. We can have grid scale renewable energy projects like a battery storage. We have a substation in Lower San Bruno. These are real things that need to happen, and when I engage with the council, I can do so in a very respectful manner. I know if elected, I'll be one of 5. This is something that has to happen. Failure is not an option. So I appreciate the work that you do, and I really commend you for these strategic initiatives, just like the Centennial Plaza that I just learned about right now. That's awesome. The corridor up by Skyline, awesome. You guys do great stuff, but what needs to happen is not happening at the federal level.
Okay, you need to start winding up. You've gone over your time limit.
I understand. At the city level, that's what's left. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment, please?
I do not see any other hands up.
And I appreciate council's indulgence. I wanted to, Jeremy was there and held on through the presentation. I wanted to certainly give him the back to City Council. Questions? Councilor Medina, did you?
Yeah, I can start. I just wanted to give a general comment. We have heard. Let me even go even before that. First of all, a thank you, right? We knew when we were talking about strategic initiatives that it was already too much for staff. The number of things that we want to do. And we don't agree on all of them, but the fact is we have too much for that we're asking staff to do. And we were told that last year. And we need to be realistic with these initiatives. They're all important in their own way. I think we have to find a way to really prioritize. You know, we have priorities, but we have too many projects to realistically have stuff to do. And we as a council should do a better job of putting our staff in a real position to succeed. And I think what I'm going to propose here is that the things that there is a parking lot where we put the things that we would like to get to at some point. But we know we can't do it this year, or it's just too much. So we need to have a focus on a priority on what we want to get done and make it actually achievable in the year. And we need to have that discussion. Now, trying to do that at 10:30 now, after having the presentation, after being in front of this computer screen since 5 o'clock, right? And is probably not the best time. But I wanted to at least start there and acknowledge it. You know, we heard earlier from during public comment that, you know, we don't have enough people to do the work, and it's hard to retain people. So one thing we could do is just be more realistic on what we're thinking can get done. I'll leave it at that for now. I'd love to hear what my colleagues think about it, and being respectful of the time too, because all of our staff are here listening on this, and they worked a full day, and here it is, 10:30 at night.
Councilmember Hamilton.
So I agree. I agree with what Councilmember Medina is saying. You know, when you have too many priorities, then none of them can be a priority, and it makes it dilutes the focus and makes it difficult to get individual initiatives across the finish line. I agree that we need to cut down. We need to cut this list down, and we need to make it more realistic. One item, though, that I feel is missing from the strategic initiative process is we need to when we come up with a more if we can come up with a more realistic list of, you know, achievable things. What can we achieve in the next fiscal year? That's really what it needs to be, rather than, in my opinion, rather than just these are all the things we need to get done and we hope to get them done as soon as possible, but some of these things might stay on this list for several years. The part that's missing is not only saying which ones are important, but also taking into account what bandwidth the individual departments, not staff taken as a whole, but the individual departments have in order to work on it. So we saw earlier today, or earlier in the presentation, that while the parking meters were not given a high priority score, police proceeded with it anyway because one part of the work was already done, but because they didn't have a giant pile of stuff. So, you know, if we have a whole bunch of priorities and all of them are for Department A, and only 2 things for Department B, then, you know, Department B is probably is going to finish their things while Department A has no chance. So I think the process needs to be refined a little bit more, and I also agree that trying to do that now is going to be rough. But I think there needs to be there has to be a better way for us to get to a smaller, more achievable list.
Yeah, I'm going to chime in because you were hitting 10:40, and you know, we're asking. You know, we've asked, but I want to concur. Is that, you know, I think I tallied, and the guy might have been wrong, but between staffing, resources, and funding needs, I think I heard it around a dozen times. to the current initiatives. So for us to sit here, stand, sit, whatever you're doing, and say, well, and here's my new list, when we can't achieve the old list, then it's not realistic. We just heard it again tonight. That's something that we haven't heard before. So I think that there has, and I understand what Councilman Hamilton was saying, that PD was able to go forward because they don't have a pile of stuff. But I know PD will say, we have a lot to do, a lot of piles that are 24/7, 7 days a week, 365, et cetera, as every department does. And I think we have to be mindful of that. And, I think back to a time when I was on city staff and I think when the senior center was being built, and then there were still other things that department was doing. And that department was overseeing, the director was, the work. It stretched staff. It was challenging, but the reward was great because it was a beautiful building that opened up in 1987 in August, and it's been a gem. So the reward is great, but the time and the resources have to be there. So I'm going to really put to my colleagues as we're going to go to 10:45, and we do have a closed session after this meeting that we need to go to as well. What is the best avenue and option in which to make this meaningful, make this realistic, set real good expectations and initiatives that can be achieved? Because I think community wins, staff wins, everybody wins when we're able to set reasonable expectations and know that we're working in unison together. So anyway, I'll stop there. I'm mindful of time. Vice Mayor Mason.
Yeah, I would not propose removing anything. I would propose giving it back to staff and asking the city manager to have a working session with staff and identify which departments can essentially be the lead on which ones, and break them out over a 3 to 5 year period where there's like measurable goals. So what can be done in a year, what can be done in 2 years, and it's almost like an agreement with the council that we'll work with a schedule that comes back, and vice versa, right? Given that there could be some changes. But I do think that the list is pretty. It includes just about everything that I can imagine that council would want to initiate at this point. So I think it's just a matter of figuring out a plan to move forward. And I did want to add one to make it an even 50. I'd love to see the City of San Bruno sign that is sitting somewhere be placed at the Caltrain station someday. So, if we got a consensus on that, that could be 50. But I do think just in all, I'm serious about that. I laugh, but in all seriousness, I do think that we need to look at the number, and then I think having a working session with staff after the budget, so to come back with something to say, these are the ones we think we can actually do realistically within a year. This is what's going to take 2 years. And I think that's how we make it happen. We've got to create realistic timelines, but we also have to hold each other accountable, you guys to us, to not keep adding things, and vice versa. But I don't think we put our hands up and say, let's get rid of the list, or let's downgrade the list, because these are all things that have to be done.
Council Member Hamilton.
I like that idea a lot. I think that's a great idea. And the only thing that I would add is just that we would all have the understanding that if staff were to get together and do exactly that, and put together what can be done in a year, what can be done in 2 years, on all of that we understand that that's not etched in granite. And if things, because there's going to be things that come up that we add because of circumstances or whatever, that will cause a reprioritization of things. And all that we would ask is that the lines of communication stay open, and so if it comes back that initiative X, we were going to do have 50% done in year 1 and 100% done in year 2, and then because of a shift of priorities, well, if we're going to take that on, then now Initiative X is going to not be done for 2 more years. Okay, well then, but at least that we would know that that's going to happen. And I think that if we all go into it with that understanding, I think we would be much better off. I also had an initiative to add. I sent it in previously, so we all got it on mail beforehand. But I specifically added this one because it would not take staff time. And should I be adding that now, or did I know that there was a city manager had a spreadsheet to type it into, so I didn't know if I should do that, if I should add it now as the vice mayor just did, or is there going to be a section in a few minutes for us to add?
I think some of the questions that are coming up is about the proceeding at a late hour and going through the process at this time too. I think that's where some of it started in the realization of what we have. We're just saying that they don't have the time, but now we're on it. I have one I want to add too, but I'm going to hold back at this point because I'm going to be realistic. So, but anyway.
I'd just like to get it onto the list.
Oh, well, yeah, no, I don't blame you there. I don't blame you there at all. Councilmember Medina?
Oh, I already went once, but I didn't want it. I'll just go ahead and do it just to save time. So the one thing I was interested in adding was a community survey. It aligns with community connections, engagement, and communication. I did bring this up to the city manager a while ago. Its starting price is $6,200 a year, and other cities use this. It's called a national community survey, and they're the basic questions on how our community feels with the various projects, departments in our city. And they do the majority of the work. It's pretty straightforward. The city of Richmond does a really good job, and they post every survey they have there. And it's I would like to see that, and be happy to shuffle the deck. So, and I'm not saying, Vice Mayor Mason, I'm not saying to eliminate something from the list, but you put it in the parking lot. It's kind of like, we're not going to get to it. It's still important, but we're not going to get to it this year, and it's not a high priority. So at some point, maybe, but not this year. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, Councilmember Hamilton, let's please give you that opportunity to put it on the list.
Yeah, sure.
Since we're now putting things on the list.
Sure. So the one I wanted to add has to do with the Chamber of Commerce. As everyone knows, our chamber is struggling mightily right now. They're in a chicken and egg scenario where they can't do anything because they have no money, and they can't raise any money because they're not doing anything. So they're in desperate need of help, and so one idea that came out of with Councilmember Medina and I have been meeting with them and trying to come up with different ways of helping them out. And one suggestion that came out of a meeting that we had just in the last couple of weeks was to have the city fund a consultant to meet with San Bruno businesses to determine what needs they have that the chamber could potentially address, and then also survey chamber activity in neighboring communities. And then the purpose of that would be to use the information to make recommendations for a near-term plan to relaunch the chamber. Because in order for them to get going again, they're going to need to have a plan, a short-term business plan, or what particular events they're going to want to do in year one or whatever. So that's the only way they're going to get people to be able to merchants to join again, and then start paying dues and start to get it going. And the reason that I felt more comfortable in adding this, given that we're short on staff, is that we have a new director of the BAEC who can manage that consultant. So, and then of course the consultant's going to do all the legwork, but of course there's always the staff. Somebody always needs to manage the person and manage the consultant, make sure that they're doing it. And I think the new director of the BAEC can do this. So so no additional staff time should be required.
If I can have a question to you, council member, you're saying it's the downtown committee, but talking to the chamber, but then this would be for citywide businesses, which is beyond San Mateo Avenue, because
absolutely, yes,
unclear.
No. The proposal of the chamber is citywide. It absolutely is citywide, but in our dealings with trying to improve downtown, we of course engage with the Chamber of Commerce, and the Chamber of Commerce currently is not functioning. And while yes, the Chamber of Commerce is focused across the whole city, it's still important. And I'm not looking for anything specific about, like, if they're going to go out and survey businesses, they're going to survey businesses citywide, not just downtown.
Okay. Just for my clarification.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Others? Councilmember, I apologize. Is that hand firm before?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. I'm usually quicker on the draw to bring it down. I erred there. I have a few, but one that I'm hoping I can do a lot of the. I'm trying to do some of the time and research is just, the Caltrain. It's been a very daunting, challenging task, and rewards take a long time, but it's when they get done, they get done. However, their service agreement, I went and did the research and I found one from 1998. And Wally Everson is the one who signed that agreement. I don't know that anybody remembers that name, but I think between BART and Caltrain, we need to come up with a better solution. If we looked at the blotter, you saw all of the infractions that may have occurred in regards to fare evasion. Those are not being addressed. I think that is one thing that hampers our community, not only in its cleanliness, it's sanitary, homeless, fare evasion, crime. As I've reiterated, the police chief had got with the chief said it's 40% for the fare evasion and the BART situation of what brings in. And I think those are things that affect our community each and every day. And then have staff that have to clean up and have staff that have to make those type of things, which obviously means they can't be doing them. Any other comments at this time? I'm just going to add the one and refrain from others for right now. Okay. All right. I'm seeing no others. So, City Manager, unfortunately, I know we've talked about it, but I think what you heard from Councilmember Medina too is they're realistic, and some other members saying, hey, what needs to go in, I'll use this term, the parking lot, the paved parking lot, that needs to be sat there and realistic, and an appreciation. I think what I'm hearing from my colleagues is the appreciation of knowing that there's resources and staffing and funding, and those are critical things, and so we have to be realistic. So, City Manager, I'm going to turn it over to you for now.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Medina. Thank you, City Council. A lot has been said, and as I collect my thoughts to address it, I think that while it is a late hour, City Council desires to go through the list of initiatives and say any that it believes should be eliminated, we're happy to have that conversation. With regard to the request that staff get together and put together a plan on when some of these can be done or started. I think that can frankly very easily be done and just recategorize what's here, because much of that work already happened because staff meets and talks about these. And as you know, over 61%, or 30 of the 49 are active projects. And so we have designated already what quarter we believe that we can start some. And then some are on hold pending staff identification and others. And so I think it's that latter category that we're really talking about, those that are on hold pending staff resources, when we think we will be able to start those. And if we will be able to start any of those next fiscal year. I really think it's a question. The other ones are active projects, and we've already identified when the next check-in point is, or when we will return to council. It's really those where we don't have the resources or the staff time, and staff council is requesting to know when staff thinks that they may be able to begin those. And so we can certainly take a look at that subset and provide that information. With regard to the potential new initiatives, I think first it is important to say all of these require staff time, and some actually very significant amounts. The Caltrain station, looking at that, that's a capital improvement project. You know, when it was first proposed, it was about $1 million, and that was, I don't even know how many years ago. I know it predates me, and so it would certainly likely be more than $1 million. And what shape that meadow is in, and so we would have to begin that like a true capital improvement project, right? We find some money, we get a project manager, they do some investigation, they do some conceptual designs, they have to investigate what's there. Significant amount of effort at a project where we don't really have identified funding right now, but we might. But again, with all the other priorities, you know, is this one that council desires to add to the list, and it's, you know, designated as no staff resources to start budget TBD. But again, that one I don't know when what we would say. We could start on that in a year from now, 2 years from now. That really would take additional council prioritization and conversations. The survey, I know that Councilmember Medina afforded in a communication from one vendor that provides community surveys, but really should we embark on that? It's a significant effort to undertake what vendor to use, what the community survey should look like, and someone to really project manage and work with that vendor and think, and typically that is a more interdisciplinary team that works on that, and so it is a significant undertaking. The number three, you know, we could have conversations with the chamber, with the BayRAC and that new executive director that they are, I think, extended an offer to, and have those conversations and request that they take a lead on that, and we simply be the funding agency. And so, you know, that's a fairly easy conversation to have. But and then the BART service agreements, I know that there are full agreements that are out there, but that is a significant undertaking from a staff perspective. And so, you know, we really need council prioritization and identification because there are significant staff-to-staff conversations that have to happen, and what the modern service agreements look like are likely different than agreements from some time ago. But should the city council desire to add the initiatives, we will certainly add them and prioritize them in whatever category council chooses, but return to you with, as you've requested, a idea on when we would be able to start them with our very limited resources and bandwidth.
Thank you, City Manager. And so I'm going to say go ahead and take off four that I think it's necessary and important for the future of our community. But what I've just heard is, and you know, and I know how it was meant, was just, you know, it takes time, it takes resources, and that's not realistic at this time. So, Councilmember Medina.
Yeah, not only is it approaching 11, we still have to complete our closed session. And perhaps this would be the time to take a pause and return at another time. We could go along with what we received the report. But we're not going to be able to reprioritize these right now. And I'm more than willing to do that, taking things off. And but I think I'm interested in taking a break. We received the report. We can submit questions and not take everybody's time at this point.
Well, here's what I'm seeing is that we're asking staff to go back and take the current list and they redefine what can be done, what can't be done. That's off. That's now over there. That's back at City Hall. But what it is there's 4 items up here to be prioritized. I'm going to make it 3 because I just was told we don't have the time. but I'm also the one here making a statement of we shouldn't be putting more on them, but there I'm going to add one. So I'm going to take it off to lead by example because that's exactly what I just stated. So now I've taken one off, so now we only have 3 to deal with. So I think what we're at our next step is taking these 3, and as you can see where the priority is, and then it gets kind of averaged out to see like what's first, second, third, fourth, like we did last time. Councilmember Hamilton.
So for the one that I added for item number 3 there, I spoke with the city manager about this last week before, and you know, we discussed it and suggested that I add it through this process. So, but I'm hearing that even though we discussed last week that the new BAC director could likely manage this, that it's still going to take staff time. So I want to get a sense of what that means and whether or not I'm going to withdraw the request. It seemed like it would be, from our discussion, it seemed like it would be pretty minor. And it was, you know, it's going to cost money, but not time necessarily. So I'm happy to take it back off the list if we have to, but this seems like something that we actually can move forward with if the BAC director does the work.
Through the mayor.
Manager, yes, please.
Sure. Let me clarify. I don't want council to ever think that staff will not take city council direction and proceed accordingly. I think we've consistently done that, and if there's a high priority, it's your job to designate it a high priority, and then it's our job to say, hey, here's where we are, and here's when we can accomplish it. Councilmember Hamilton, absolutely we did talk about that, and my comment about that one was really, it will take a conversation with the BARAC director once they're hired, and then should they agree to do it, we would be the funder. And so it's, there's staff time, it's a staff report, and it's finding the necessary resources, but they would be the entity should they agree to work with the consultant, and we would simply be the funder. You know, I'm not saying take it off, but we can certainly do that if so directed by the city council, and you know, we can have those conversations. It's very, very, very doable, and you know, out of all the things there, it's the least amount of time that would need to be engaged.
Okay. So my other question regarding the process itself, and Mayor, I agree. It'd be great to be able to just, you know, get to you know, prioritize these or whatever, but obviously there's going to need to be a little bit of work, at least a little bit of work to fill in column C, because like I have no idea how much the consultant I just asked for is going to be, and if it's going to be $10,000, then it could be that everyone thinks, okay, great, let's go and put it on the list. If it's going to be $1 million, then even I'll vote no on it. So, you know, so that's the question about whether we can move forward with it. I wonder if it would make sense at least just to go through the items, and with your item 4 included, to see if there's a majority to at least move forward with just estimating the budget for each, and then we can do a prioritization at a future meeting.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Hamilton, because cost is going to matter to me immensely, and you're asking for my. We are asking for like, hey, so what's more important and what's not, but you don't know what the cost is. We don't know even what potential staff time is, which is what we're being told are 2 of the most significant things. So I appreciate you bringing it up. That's a very good point.
And the other thing too, I'm sorry to extend my turn just very slightly, but the other thing too is when voting to yes or no on these things, we also have to remember that we are going to have a list that has a parking lot on it. So if there's something on this list that is, you can still consider something to be important on this list, but not necessarily vote that we drop everything and do it right now. Then it could be a long-term thing that we just want to have on the list so that we can address it at some point in the future.
Vice Mayor Mason.
I was just going to suggest that we go through and see if there's a consensus for the ones that are on here, and then go ahead and
I think we're already there where we said staff will then take them and then kind of prioritize them and then send them back. I don't know that we need, for me, I don't know that I need to have another reprioritization meeting for the council because we already, we have the list and I think staff's really the one that's going to tell us what they can and can't do. I would just say that for the Caltrain, so I didn't say it wasn't going to take staff time. It will take staff time. I think this is more of a longer term initiative, but I think the difference is that this is really a broken promise that the city has made to the residents. And I've heard so much about this sign, and one of the council members informed me that this sign is actually made. I actually didn't know that it's made and sitting somewhere in the city of San Bruno. And I just think we got to find a way to finish this plan that was started, I don't know, I don't even know how long ago. So I think if there's a way that we can strategize to make it happen, if it's not, in the coming year, which it likely will not be, at least it makes it on the list, and hopefully we can start working towards that. Thank you.
Thanks. Are you talking about a sign or the arch? Just so I'm clear.
The arch, that is the sign, right? It's just, yeah.
No. Well, yeah. Okay. So
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you. I
Semantic-
just want to make sure
semantic.
I'm on the
Yeah.
same. I'm on the same thing. Thanks, Councilmember Salazar.
I wanted to comment on the arch, and the reason that project never was completed was because it was going to take another $1 million to complete that, and it's really, in my opinion, not worth it because it's not a sign, it's not descriptive, it's not what was originally envisioned when we had the discussions around how we would personalize the train station and the overpass. And there were some designs that were proposed that had the city's logo on there. We had, it was spelled out that it was a city. At one point, they showed us some mock-ups of some neon lighted things. And what it ended up being was a steel beam. So it's a box beam that's bent in the shape of an arch. It's in two pieces, and it's been sitting there. 3 pieces. So yeah, so three hunks of box iron that. Honestly, it doesn't look anything like what was in the original documents, and certainly not worth $1 million to put together. So, yeah, I agree that it would have been nice to deliver on what was initially proposed, but that rusty box beam is not it.
We can do it now. Councilmember Salazar. We can create a new one. Whatever was envisioned. I just feel like I have heard it by many residents, so it would be great to be able to accomplish that.
It's not a small fee. Even when we were sharing with Caltrain, so that $1 million was our share. Caltrain was going to put up the other $1 million, but $2 million to put that up there is, we've never had that kind of money where we could spend $2 million on something that was purely cosmetic.
Like Florida Park.
Yeah, I was just going to say, there you go. Money better spent.
Through the mayor, but
yeah.
I would say just by having it on the list, you're putting it on the list. We're not saying that we're going to go find $2 million or $1 million or whatever. It's just on the list, and who knows? Maybe there's, if someone comes out of the woodwork and says, I want to give a gift to San Bruno, and I want to go do that. If it's on the list and it's something it's a little bit more actionable, then it's. Adding it to the list, I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. If it's something that that a majority of us think that we should try to do eventually, if we have the means.
Okay, city manager.
Sure. I hesitated to wade into this conversation, but there's so many.
I could kind of tell.
About the arch. I would just proffer the idea of instead of it going on the council priority list, just make sure it is a unfunded capital improvement project. And when the city council is discussing capital improvement projects during its annual budgets and or larger conversations of where to spend community benefit and one-time infrastructure dollars, that's a part of the conversation. Because there are a number of infrastructure projects, and I think through your discussion, you mentioned Florida Park, right? I think there's a juxtaposition of if we have $1 million or $2 million to spend, talking about the arch as a standalone probably would be a better conversation when you talk about it in light of some of your other unfunded infrastructure projects.
Thank you for chiming in. Okay, well, with that, there are 3 items that are on the list. Do we want to go around quickly and get them the 1, 2, 3 so that at least we can have this part of the process concluded? We can move on to our council comments. Is that okay with everybody?
Sure, let's go for it. We got 3 more to do.
Yep, see, only 3, so that wasn't as bad as I thought it might be. Okay, so if you remember, the priority is 1 is extremely important, 2 is highly important, 3 is important. I just realized that everything is important, so it makes everybody feel good about it. So nobody.
The price for number 2 is $6,200 a year.
Well, we want staff time and all of that.
Yeah, but that's what it would cost.
Yeah, 3. For me, 3 on number 1.
3 is meaning important. Yeah, they're all important.
Well, you have an important choice. You just have to say what kind of an important. Vice Mayor.
What was so? 1 is highly important.
It said 1 is extremely important, 2 is highly important, 3 is important.
I would say 2.
You see your initials of 3. We got a 3. 3 for okay.
We can't go 4, right?
Well, that option wasn't given actually. Like, hey, Mr. Salazar.
I'll say 3 on this one.
Mr. Hamilton.
I'll give it a 2.
Community survey aligns with community connections and engagement too.
Let's say 2.
I'm a 1.
If I could do 2.5, I probably would. That doesn't exist.
Go ahead. It's already 11.
Thank you. That makes it fair. I'm going to say 3.
I'm a 1.
3.
1.
Okay. So thank you everyone for quickly doing that. And City Manager, we see the results. We don't need to go to the officers to find out what happened. So anything else you need from us on this topic?
No. Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much. All right. That will conclude us on study session. We're going to go to council comments from council members, and if we could just be a little mindful of the hour, please. And first, the first one is a joint report out on attendance at the 2022 Progress Seminar that was held April 29th to May 1st. Vice Mayor and myself were there, and anyway, I'll turn it over to Vice Mayor because it was her first time, so I'm interested in some of her experience. Then I'll just chime in.
Yeah, so I really enjoyed the seminar. They had 4 areas, and they rotated every group into the different rooms. So the areas were housing, education, I want to say venture capitalists, and you might remember the exact term, Mayor Medina, and then the other one was diversity and equity. And so just very high level, but diversity and equity I thought was great. It was hosted by or facilitated by John Cecil. And there was a really robust conversation around equity in hiring and how some organizations are starting to look at their job classifications to determine whether a college degree, for example, is needed for every single level within the organization. There was a conversations around, does everybody need to go to college, and how do you get more of your future invested in vocational schools and trades? And what does it mean to be in a trade in such an expensive area? And so I thought it was a really great conversation. There was a conversation from some venture capitalists from San Mateo County, and that was really interesting around how there could be more partnerships and collaborations between private and public entities. There was conversation around, is there possibilities of working together around employment, since there's a need for employment and oftentimes government can't compete with the private industry salaries. And then around housing, of course, the mayor, the city manager of Half Moon Bay was talking about how they're getting some new housing in downtown and how the community has reacted to it. And they had the CEO of Life Moves, who was talking about their impacts within the community, how they're getting people into housing from the streets. And then, Mid-Peninsula, one of their employees was there talking about how they're really brokering and making deals in San Mateo County. And I thought that was just an invigorating conversation around how these partnerships are working together to really create truly affordable and low-income housing. And then the last one was around education. And I thought that what I took away from that, there were a lot of city council members in the room from San Mateo County and school board members. And the big takeaway from that was the need for councils and school boards to work more closely together. I think the best description that someone said was that oftentimes they feel like their council and their board are like oil and water. And so everybody talked about how, Nancy McGee facilitated a lot of that conversation. And I loved what she said, we need to start thinking of San Mateo County as your children should be leading the county. And so every decision that we make should be thought of as how would a 0 to 5-year-old benefit from that decision. And so I just thought the conversations were really great, and a lot of people, I did not expect the amount of people that were there, and I would recommend it to my fellow council members if they have not been. So thank you for the opportunity to report out.
Thank you very, very much, Vice Mayor, and I think you hit, and it was, just for clarity, what you do have for the education one is, was the first time educational topic was discussed at a private seminar, first time ever. As well as you didn't have, what we had is more high school or the college at those level of the school boards. It wasn't elementary. And I don't even know if we had any from our county specifically. I know in my session was Sequoia was there. I think that a couple of the other things that we also went over was an interesting one for the general session. First topic was actually, I knew only this because I was a table facilitator, so I got the heads up. They actually took the list, assigned it, so that they had a representation of, so it wasn't you got to sit where you wanted. So you were told where to sit, and you unbeknownst or had a group of individuals from all different facets. And what it was about the pandemic, and it was about, if you can go back in time, what would you tell yourself today, back then, and what we had gone through, and some of the goods, bads, and other things. What I was amazed with, and each table would report it out, was there was emotion. There were people actually remembering and going back through it, reliving it from various facets, not just electeds. And just to see that still is raw, and there is still a big need for people to be assisted. Which led us to another general session, which was the Mayor's Initiative in Mental Health. So that's 16 cities and towns within San Mateo County, along with the President of the Board of Supervisors, who came together to say we need to unite and we need to do something. And this is a huge issue that I, along with many others, have dealt with and are dealing with. And Again, it was good to see us come together on that, regardless of politics and where you lived. But it was that, and again, San Bruno, of course, is one of those, and it was highlighted to the whole room. As Vice Mayor said, it was a lot more folks than you're accustomed to, but precautions were taken. You had to have both vaccinations. You had to have boosted. You had to have evidence. I heard somebody was sent home because they didn't. Dinners were held outside, so I think we're taking the precautions necessary. But I appreciate as well that opportunity. Saw value in that. And thank you, Vice Mayor, for being there as well. Item B, we already talked about the bicycle. That should have been up in announcements. That's taken care of. Let's go to C. Linda Mason, Vice Mayor Linda Mason. There are three bullet points. First bullet point: provide guidance to staff to work with San Bruno Park School District for future winter, spring, and summer programming, calendar dates, and centralizing a unified message of all options to parents and guardians on both department websites. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. So I think I'm speaking as a representing parents because I was kind of frustrated looking at the catalog for the summer because I couldn't find anything the week after the schools got out. And now my understanding there is one camp option that I have not found yet. But we had initially talked last year about ensuring that this year there would be the Camp Kaleidoscope that would be all day. We were then told this year that wasn't going to happen. I understand that the RAC is still being built. There's changes in staff. I get all that, but I think that we need to find a way to really be clear with parents on what is available, and it doesn't have to be just for public schools, but our public schools do approve their calendar. I believe that the calendar for next year has just been approved. So it would be really great if the city could look at the school district's calendar to determine what weeks the winter break, what week the spring break, and when summer is. Then on top of that, the schools are sending out a message as well as like with some of the camps that they're offering. So I guess what would be great is if next year or this year, however, I'm not sure how far in advance programming starts, but if the two could work together to have one location on the city's website and on the school district's website where all the camp options are listed, it would just make it a lot easier as a parent, and it would show that we're collaborating for the benefit of the residents that we both serve. So that's what I'm requesting, and you need a consensus to ask the staff to do anything. So like to do anything to do anything. Because you need 3 people. It's the truth.
We understand, Vice Mayor. Thank you. Questions from colleagues? Councilmember Hamilton, I'm sorry.
I concur. I think that there are lots of opportunities here for us to work with the school district to get out better messaging and better support for parents. So I concur.
Other colleagues? Mr.
Medina, the name.
Yes. No, what threw me was I was going to ask you, is it okay if we go to city manager first?
I was going to say I'd like to hear from staff what they think. Like, it seems like an easier thing to do, but it's more stuff. But
thank you.
Everything takes time.
Yeah, city manager.
City Council, Javon Grogan, City Manager. Director Amatola happens to be here tonight because she had a few items, so she's apropos timing in, so she can chime in on if I leave out anything. First, I think it's important before the City Council takes any action like this to direct staff that you allow input from your staff. And the process that we had talked about in your City Council policies and procedures that I know are drafted, we need to finalize that, is that if there was a City Council member request, unless it was something very sort of easy or quick, like send a letter, there would be a opportunity for staff to come back, do some research, and actually opine and provide input. But what's not written there is that sometimes we can actually opine on the spot. And I think we can do a little bit of that here. And so let me first state that as a normal practice, city staff in our rec department are in communication with members at the San Bruno Park School District and do coordinate on their calendar. One of the things that was mentioned was that there was not robust camp programming this year during the week of June 13th, which is the first week that children are out of school. That was actually known and was not an oversight. Exactly what happened last year when we are utilizing their sites. While school may end Friday the 10th, their sites are actually not ready the next week because class in and teachers need to clean up their sites and their classrooms. And so their site, where we will have our rec programming, is actually not available that week of June 13th. It's not available until the next week. And so that is the reason why we don't have programming on that week. It's not that we weren't collaborating or communicating. With regard to having everything on one site and better collaborating, I think that there certainly is a way to put a link on the city's website to the camp programs that the school district may have. And we can put it on the homepage or better yet on the rec page where people are going to our camps. Important to note this year that when at the point in time where we were ready to launch our summer camps, the district still had not decided what summer camps they were going to have, where, when, and how many. And so there was not able to have that coordination. So when someone went to the city's website to say, city has open camps, when are they going to have their camps? The district had not identified where their summer camps were going to be, and there was not able to have that seamless dovetailing. It's also important to note that we use our civic rec system, which is the city's enterprise system for our rec sites. It is actually not possible for us to put the district sites in our civic rec site. And so what the most we could do is have a link where we forward people, hey, the city camps are here. If you're looking for other camps, reference the school district's website. And so and it is my understanding that our camps are fee-based with a grant program, and the summer camps that the district will be offering are not fee-based because they receive grants from other entities to do those. And so we use a different system, and so that's why. And so I do think that there is coordination that happens, there is conversations that happens, and certainly our camps have looked different last year and this year, largely due to COVID-19 and also impacted by facility and space. And we certainly would like to return to full robust city camps and the ability to honestly hire part-time staff and the timing at which we ended the surge that happened in January and toward the tail end of February, and planning for our summer camps really hampered many cities' ability to offer their normal camp structure. So I think Director Matola can add anything that I left off.
I think you covered everything, and I do want to say that we have actually developed. I think most of you know there's been a lot of turnover of staff at San Bruno Park School District, and we've developed a really wonderful working relationship with them. And I would say, to the extent our business models are quite different, the communication is really good, and it is improving. They've had, and the other issues with the camps that were particularly challenging this year, one of their new assistant or deputy superintendents, I forget the name of the structure, that creates those curriculums. They were hired as we were ready to launch, and that was creating a little bit of a hiccup in our getting confirmation of space. So for us, it feels like a success because we're working through a lot of these very unusual dynamics of change, but we are very sensitive to the family's desire for information. So anything we can do to improve that, we can try, but I do think the solution are links, because our business models, our planning models are substantially different.
Yeah, and if I may, through the mayor, just to respond to that. So I would just say this is not a criticism. This is asking for next year, because by next year the facilities shouldn't be an issue, we're hoping. So we should be in a place where I would hope that the week that school gets out, we have a camp ready to go. I know I've been talking to a number of parents because everybody's trying to scatter to figure out what they're going to do in the summer. And it is really confusing. And so I'm not asking the city to take on, the YMCA camp. I'm just saying, if the school district is offering camps, is there a way to exactly what Javon said, like link the page so that people go to one page and all the offerings are there from your public entities? Because it is like, which ones, what are the options? What are the hours? What are the times? And it's really confusing right now. So thank you.
Councilmember Medina. Your mic was live.
Sorry. I didn't have my hand up, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, okay.
I would think that, though you did call upon me, that perhaps when we have the 2-on-2s, with the 2 members from the city and 2 members from the school district, that we kind of put that in our calendar to talk about it at a certain point, kind of see that things kind of fit better. But we got an explanation why it's not working, right? The coordination didn't work this time. So for next year, of course, it'd be nice to make it better. That's kind of the point. We want to make things better every year for everyone.
And my thought is when the new superintendent comes, and I'm going to assume that the city manager or superintendent would have, which they have had, conversations, monthly meetings, or whatever they are, every other month. This could be a topic that they could bring up, or like Councilmember Medina said, 2x2s. So I think that's where it should begin, myself. Any other comments from colleagues? Okay. But just to circle back,
I'm fine.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Sorry, I didn't think this was going to be such a discussion issue. I'm fine with the 2x2s, but I actually think that causes more work for staff because we're going back. Really, all I'm asking for is that there be a conversation when the schedules come out, and everybody agree to where they're going to be located, and everybody knows where to direct parents to. I actually think if we go into 2x2s now, you're talking about like full robust conversations. I don't think that it's our role to get into curriculum. The 2x2 committee will then ask staff probably for information. I actually think that causes more work on staff, but I'm curious to hear what staff think. If that's what staff recommends, I'm okay with that.
Well, and also the new superintendent may have a new perspective of how he or she would like to be collaborative with the city, or what would work best too. So that's where I think also it should, because I'm not certain when the new superintendent will be appointed or if he or she has, but I would think that would be the first initial step, is my thought.
They're voting on the new superintendent tomorrow night.
Thank you. So it will be soon. Well, the day of the gentleman ends in June.
Does the city manager need anything further, or?
Through the mayor, I think that staff will continue working collaboratively with the district as we plan our summer camps. I know that there were significant conversations. What I understand the core request to be is that if on the somewhere on the city's website where we have our camps listed, or the lead-in page to our civic rec, have a link to the school district's camps, we can certainly accommodate that and add it to the city's website. If the request is for a comprehensive single list of the camps, that is an endeavor that I think may not be fruitful, given, as the director said, the different business models and the systems that we use. But we can certainly provide a link on ours to theirs and discuss with them providing a cross link on theirs to ours.
Yeah, and to make sure that we're working on the school schedule, because if you don't have anybody, you're really stuck as far as daycare goes and camps go. So I know this year I get the obstacles, but hopefully next year that's not an issue.
Okay, thank you. And I think, no, it wasn't to have the more robust. No, to answer your question, City Manager. Next one is request staff to prepare a thank you letter to Supervisor David Pine's office for awarding $200,000 of Measure K funds to the City of San Bruno. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, so we were just talking about the Centennial Park today and the cost, and so we're really lucky to have gotten $200,000. It went before the Board of Supervisors this past Tuesday and was approved as part of Supervisor Pine's discretionary funds. So I just wanted to ask for a consensus to send a thank you letter to the office for supporting our endeavor to get Posey Park into a better state. And I think what was persuasive for Supervisor Pine was just the fact that the fountain had not worked in such a long time, and it's right adjacent to, I mean, it is a county. It's like the county line to the city line. And so hopefully, I think that the goal is that at a minimum, we're able to take away the eyesore of the fountain that has not worked for many years. But I really want to thank Supervisor Pine, and I think it would be great that if the entire council, on behalf of the council and the city, we're able to send a thank you letter.
And I would say Supervisor Pine also credits Randy specifically in his office. He told me that progress. I know I sent an email on May 3rd asking for that. That was in the afternoon of, it was, I think to be specific, it was 11:19 that morning that they made the approval. It was 5-0, of course. And Director McCullough was also on the meeting and spoke under public comment to give an overview. And she did great because we should take notes because she got it done in 2 minutes or less. And so it was appreciated. So I don't know, City Manager, has that letter been working on or already done or?
Something that we can certainly generate and is something that is not outside of the normal that we could do. Seems like a unnecessary ask, but should I ask who signs the letter? Should we have the mayor sign on behalf of the city council, or is there a desire on the city council for us to coordinate all of the signatures on the city council?
I think when we meet through the mayor.
Please.
If I remember correctly, because I started the conversation like 2 years ago, and if I recall correctly, we should do whatever was done when the letter went to Supervisor Pine's office, and I don't recall if it was the mayor's signature or your signature.
It was not my signature.
Do the same thing.
It was not my signature. It wasn't. Candidly, it was considered not the appropriate thing by some. So, for whatever the reason was, so to expedite things rather than have to try to get every signature and find time, I'd like the city to send a letter to Supervisor Pine's office, as I've asked, as well as now the Vice Mayor's asking. Just have it to the City Manager's signature, so it's all done in-house. We get it in, we get it out. I'd like to see this as an auto. It shouldn't have to have an ask. It should. That was very, very kind. So I think my direction, and unless somebody disagrees with me, city staff to prepare a letter, city manager sign. Please include in there that it's all of our thanks and appreciation for the supervisor, and I would ask for his staff to be included, because Supervisor Pine was very clear about that. Does that work with everybody? Okay. Next bullet point. Direct staff to thank the San Bruno Community Foundation for their presentation and to make a formal request to the San Bruno Community Foundation on behalf of the City Council to reconsider their priorities to include 1. The City of San Bruno's downtown as a priority, since the San Bruno community ranked it number 1 on the list of community needs, and it is currently not listed on the San Bruno Community Foundation priority. And 2, active fundraising, since the community ranked it number 4 as a process recommendation from the members of the San Bruno community, and it is not listed as a San Bruno Community Foundation priority. Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor, you're on mute. We can't hear you.
Thank you. So I just wanted to start by thanking the Community Foundation for the presentation at our last council meeting. It was reassuring that the Community Foundation was open to revisiting San Bruno downtown as a priority. What's being requested now is a commitment to downtown, not really like an open invitation, but an actual commitment that we'll see sooner rather than later as an updated priority list, to adding it as a priority for future funding possibilities. Downtown definitely meets the criteria for identifying strategic grant-making opportunities. The items described were 1, it brings added benefits and amenities to the San Bruno community. How could a vibrant downtown not do that? 2, broad community benefits affecting large segments of the community. We only have 1 downtown in San Bruno. Number 3, inclusive and equitable community benefits that support and reflect San Bruno's diversity. We are known as the most diverse downtown in the peninsula. And that includes not just the business owners, but the patrons that shop down there, in addition to our diverse population. 4, it's a response to community input received during the community listening campaign. It was number 1, and it was also listed as a top priority in the survey. Number 5, high impact foundation support can make a meaningful difference. I mean, with Tanfran eventually being redeveloped, we still only have 1 downtown. We have 1 now, and we're only going to have 1 later. And it could absolutely make a meaningful difference to have a vibrant downtown that's safe, that individuals can go to, that can shop, that can be robust, and augment city programs and services or improves community facilities. I think that's all going to depend on what ends up happening with our downtown. Right now, the Park and Rec has a nice office downtown. I don't know if the city eventually plans to do something with that space to have a community facility downtown, but the reality is that there is an opportunity to do more downtown that we just haven't had the funds or the ability to do. The areas that were selected are wonderful. I'm not taking away from any of them, but I think that we have to acknowledge not as necessarily our positions as the board that approves the budget every year, and that usually selects the board members. But also we are representatives of the city, and the city made a decision, and the focus groups in particular identified this as number 1. The city within the surveys identified this as a top priority. We are elected representatives, and we have to represent our constituents. Downtown, it was not the exact comment that was made by the consultant was, it was not a question of what the community should be funding, but what the community needs were. There was not a direct correlation between community needs and what the foundation needs were, and what the foundation needed. I think I would just say I disagree with that. I think the community said what they needed, and again, this was number 1. We also didn't receive the numbers of how many people attended the webinars. I recall the first one was attended by 13 people, and I think the second one was attended by a larger majority. I believe it was still under 100. But the numbers were not as high as a survey, and I would say probably even as many people participate in the focus groups. So I just want to share a story with you around equity, which I think is probably the largest conversation we heard. We heard about the importance of equity in selecting the board members. But about 2 years ago, I was speaking with a monolingual Spanish resident about our downtown. She was expressing some disappointment in what she felt were poor decisions that had adversely impacted the area where she owns a home, which is adjacent to downtown. Her next comment resulted in a great sense of responsibility for me, who had only recently been elected, and that was,
when we talked about our downtown and whether the downtown should be improved, she said, don't we deserve something nice too? Don't we on this side of downtown deserve to have something nice too? By me, she meant the Latino community. She meant the East Side residents. So here we are, and I say, yes, why shouldn't the East Side and downtown be invested in? What we have now is an opportunity to work towards impactful change, equitable distribution of funds throughout San Bruno, and a follow-through with the word of the council. For the first time since its inception, the entire council was not provided an opportunity to interview the applicants for the Community Foundation. By barely a majority vote, 4 of 7 new members were selected, a simple majority. We were assured that we did not need to interview them because they all aligned with our desire to improve our downtown and actively fundraise. Yet here we are, not a cent set aside for downtown and no plans to actively fundraise. That leads me to the second issue regarding active fundraising. We were also reassured that the applicants believed that there should be active fundraising. Since I was not in the interviews, I did not have the context that this was said during one of our previous council meetings. It's unclear how and why that is no longer the case. The presentation of fundraising was incredibly high level at the webinars that I attended, and I believe only one question was asked that really didn't make it clear to an average citizen what the question truly was around whether there should be active fundraising with the Community Foundation moving forward. So when we talk about equity, going back, we need to remember that downtown is largely immigrant-owned businesses, immigrant-patronized businesses, and amongst the most diverse streets in the Bay Area. The way we treat our downtown represents how we feel about our immigrant community, and while we are working towards improvement, we need partnerships to assist in contributing to the $20 million bill that is what we will get with the streetscape plan. As an elected, I would not feel right without having this conversation because we represent all the communities surrounding downtown and having an obligation to stand up for them, which is what this is. This request is advocating for those who have not traditionally spoken up because at the end of the day, they do deserve nice things too. And the fact that this was completely overlooked when it came out as one of the #1 priorities is just shocking to me. So at this point, what I would like to ask, I won't read everything else I've written, but I really think that we have a duty as elected representatives to stand up for the numbers that we saw at the last meeting. And we should be asking the Community Foundation to revisit downtown as a priority, and that we should also be asking why the Community Foundation is not planning on actively fundraising. In their section around fundraising, they had 4 bullet points, all different ways of saying that they don't plan to fundraise. But yet we were reassured that the 4 new board members who would make a majority of the board believed strongly in active fundraising. I think it's something whether we consider it tonight or at a future meeting, I think it is worth our time to figure out how that ask might be made, or we can just allow staff to make the ask if there's a consensus. But I was uncomfortable with the fact that there was such a desire for this, and it didn't even come out on the final list of what the Community Foundation would be focusing on. And that's both the investment in downtown, and that's a lack of fundraising moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of colleagues? Comments? No questions?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, please, Councilmember Medina.
Yeah, this is an interesting, and first of all, thank you for bringing it up, because it should make some people feel uncomfortable, and if it makes people feel uncomfortable, I think that's kind of a good thing, because you brought up some strong points. I think preferably having a discussion about priorities should happen prior to a vote from the council on a budget, because if it is our job to approve their budgets, and if we feel strong enough, if there was a majority of the council who felt that the budget wasn't set properly, we could say no to their budget and they wouldn't be able to do anything. So I too, and I've quoted it numerous times before even your comments, Vice Mayor, that the #1 priority is from our community was downtown. And I was surprised and disappointed that there was no action from this community foundation for downtown. Now, it sounded like they were open to considerations, and maybe they could reevaluate that. But I'm open to if it's the council giving that direction or each individual council member putting that request individually. I'm open to either or. But us talking about it is, I feel okay that that's part of our job, to question things. We are the electeds. I didn't even think about the appointment issue. Yet something should be done about downtown. And I think that the San Bruno Community Foundation could help out that.
Councilmember Salzer.
Oh, I'm going to be the broken record here and just, I don't think it's appropriate for us to influence their work. From the very beginning, I was concerned that there would be political pressure on this board. There's no other community foundation that I know of that was established by a city council and has that sort of overarching, that pressure that comes from, having to report up and having to have their budgets approved and their officers approved. It's unfortunate because it hinders their progress. I think that the presentation that we received at the last meeting adequately explained what their process was and how they came to their conclusions and why they felt strongly about taking the steps that they had taken. And they didn't necessarily agree with everything that even those of us that were on the selection committee said that should be, we asked about, how people felt about, the longevity, how the money should be spent. We didn't specifically ask them, are you going to support fundraising? But it was about, what do you know or what do you feel about funding these things? And their answers were all pretty good and pretty consistent. Everybody mentioned fundraising, but I believe that when the discussion happened at the foundation among their board, they cited very good reasons why they wouldn't do that at this point. They're still, they have their plan. They're going to spend down some money, and they've already made those decisions on what they're going to move forward. And I think that their argument that a funded organization like theirs asking for money is only going to take away from, they're going to be asking the same people as every other organization that's fundraising. And there's only so many pockets you can reach into. And so I agree with them that they would possibly, hurt some of the organizations that they're actually trying to benefit. And whether or not they should be funding downtown or not, I don't think that we should be putting that kind of pressure on them as a city council. They made their decisions based on their discussions. I don't think that downtown has been left out. Definitely during the pandemic, a lot of the money that was allocated to businesses went to downtown. So I don't feel that the foundation has ever ignored downtown. I think that they've actually probably disproportionately assigned resources there. They funded a lot of the operations out of the Entrepreneur Center, which is situated downtown and was working directly with downtown businesses. So I believe that sort of spending is appropriate, and so I agree with the path that they've taken, and I disagree that the council should take a position to override what they've decided to do.
Councilmember Hamilton. No, you're on mute, sir.
I don't believe that the request is that we override anything. Is that we make a formal request saying that this is what we think, and they're going to, and that they take it under consideration. Addressing the fundraising issue, Nearly every candidate we interviewed asked why we're not fundraising. As unbidden. And Councilmember Salazar is correct. We didn't have a question about should the foundation be fundraising. During the free form parts of the conversation, almost every candidate, including all the ones that were ultimately appointed, asked why we're not fundraising and pointed to that as a direction that they felt that the foundation should go. Now, I wasn't at the last meeting, so I didn't get to hear what the rationale was why that changed, but it is surprising to me. But not as surprising as the foundation not following the results of their own survey. They conducted a survey of residents saying what should we be focusing on. Downtown came back as number one, but the board decided to ignore that. And that's surprising to me, and I do not think that it is out of line for us to ask them to reconsider that. I don't think it's out of line at all. And again, we're not overriding anybody. We're asking them to revisit, and it sounded like, and again, I wasn't at the meeting, but it sounded like they were at least open to revisiting that. So we're just formalizing the request. So I'm supportive of what's written.
I'll keep it very quick. I think there's at least a consensus, or if there's majority. I think we already heard from the city manager tonight that there was a meeting today and they were open. So I think you already heard that. And I think, isn't there a scheduled meeting upcoming? Maybe it's this month. A lot of meetings at this hour to recall off the top of my head, that the foundation is actually making a presentation regarding their budget, which is the appropriate time to ask for those type of things or what their perspectives are, just like we do with staff. I don't know that we go ahead and tell staff, this is what we think your enhancement should be, or this is where we think you should focus more on or less on, or what have you. But maybe that's what I believe as far as upcoming. We don't need to get back and forth because it is as late hour. We have a closed session to go to, and we know where it's going. I just want to be clear on, maybe I was in error what I stated. City manager?
Mayor Medina, in response to your statement / question, yes, there is a presentation from the San Bruno Community Foundation that is scheduled for May 31st. It is our special meeting that is in alignment with the City Council's request last year that the foundation budget not simply come to you as an action item, but they come to the City Council to present that budget at a study session before that action item is considered. And so we have discussed that with the foundation and scheduled that at one of the meetings where we will be talking about the city's budget, but they will have a dedicated portion of that meeting. In addition, I think it's worth adding that in our meeting with the executive, an internal meeting with the executive director today, she did inform the city that in her budget request that she would be allocating money for a consultant to study fundraising. And so I do know that will be a part of the request that comes to the city on the 31st. I learned that today in my regularly scheduled meeting with the executive director. Again, but I'm not saying that the city council, should they desire, should direct staff to send a formal request. I'm simply informing you of information that we acquired today.
Thank you, Claire. I appreciate that. So to me, that's the opportunity, that's the time, and based on this information. So, but there is a majority. I'm going to ask if we can kind of keep it quick, because to me, there's already, Thank you, Councilmember Medina. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted for the record that this city council has the authority to approve or deny budgets from the San Bruno Community Foundation.
Not set priorities.
Budget.
I didn't hear what did you say, Councilmember Salazar?
I said we can approve their budget, but we don't set their priorities.
To be efficient, it would be good to have discussions other than
I think we just heard May 31st. There's a discussion.
That's for staff to confirm, please, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. Didn't see their mic go on, so.
No. I will actually request that our city attorney opine and respond to that question. And Mark, why don't I restate the question, which is Councilmember Medina asked for confirmation that the city council has the ability to approve or not approve of the foundation's budget. And then I think Council Member Salazar replied to that by saying, but the City Council does not have the authority to set the priorities of the San Bruno Community Foundation and or their allocation priorities. The Council Member Salazar was not pointing clear on what priorities, but their priorities in general. So will you opine and on that?
Yeah, so it's correct that the city council does have the power to approve or disapprove of the foundation's budget, so that is correct. It is also correct that the city council does not have the ability to approve or disapprove of any specific priorities of the foundation. The city council has approved and does have the retained power to approve the foundation's, grant policies. So those approval issues or those approval mechanisms are at a higher level than the, programmatic, should you give X number of dollars to so-and-so. So that is not the level at which the city council can make that determination. I would also point out that the foundation does have legal constraints about who it can give money to, and that's something obviously that would have to be discussed there with respect to what those grants might be and what the priorities are. But that is also something that the foundation does understand and does take into consideration when it's looking at potential grant recipients. So I hope that answers the question.
Councilor Medina did that. Thank you. Yeah, and City Attorney, what you're saying is, as a 501c3 with the state, you may be, you can't just fund sometimes for profit into businesses, things. Pandemic, I know, is a whole different situation, but I think, is that what you were referencing?
Basically, yes. It's important to know that actually the foundation has more restrictions on it for a variety of complicated reasons than just simply another 501c3. So they're a supporting organization, and as such have more constraints. But in any event, those constraints don't prevent them from making a wide variety of grants to a wide variety of community organizations that are otherwise qualified.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Mason.
Thank you. Just to be clear on the request, it's not the council asking to just, out of nowhere for this to be a priority. It's really asking on behalf of those who have selected this, which are all of our constituents who have selected downtown as number one in one of the groups, to go back to the foundation and to say, not just revisit it, but to commit to it in writing as one of their priorities, because that's what the residents of San Bruno have selected as a priority. And then I'm really glad to hear about the fundraising that we found out about this morning, since this has been published. So hopefully there'll be some more good news there. But I did want to just clarify that I'm not randomly just saying this should be a priority because I think it should be a priority. I wouldn't come out so strong against not having it if it wasn't that it was number one. It wasn't, discussed, as I understand it, as one of the focus group areas. So thank you.
Thanks. Okay, City Manager, you have a majority. I think we're clear unless there are any more clarification needed on that item, sir.
I'll just request that we have a roll call vote. I think what's been happening is that when there's not a roll call vote, there's a request to specify in the minutes, and I just want to be clear.
Sure. maybe speed it up and say that you have Mr. Hamilton, Vice Mayor Mason, and Councilmember Medina that wish this that asked to go forward. You have the Mayor Medina and Councilmember Salazar are help. That's on camera, on the record, and in historical perspectives on YouTube. Yeah, everybody concur to that? Does anybody disagree? Everybody concurs. Okay. All right. Oh, Vice Mayor Mason, was there anything else under council comments?
Just excited that Off the Grid is now at San Fran. So we're here tonight, but Tuesday starting at 5. That's really exciting to have in San Bruno. And that Mother's Day, happy Mother's Day for all the mothers on last Sunday. And for those of you who may not know, today is actually Mother's Day in Mexico and many Latin American countries. So happy Mother's Day at midnight. It's actually tomorrow already. We just missed it by 5 minutes. But happy Mother's Day for everybody who's still up. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Oh, I'm sorry. City Manager.
Sure. At the risk of prolonging this meeting for another 3 minutes, I did make in my notes something that I wanted to return to. So during the consent calendar, Councilwoman Mason or Vice Mayor Mason made a request that at a subsequent meeting, staff come back and provide a report on finances for COVID and the city's progress for hybrid meetings. And so no comments were said by council, but I think it's important that we follow our normal practice. And if council staff is to be directed, we're still directed by the city council versus a statement made by one council member at some point during the meeting. And so I just flagged it to return at this moment. And so with regard to finances spent at on COVID, I think I have informed all council members that we will be adding that to the monthly or the COVID report that is in every city council meeting. We were not able to do it for the May 10th meeting. I believe I informed council that we will be adding it to subsequent updates. And so, you know, feel free to direct, but know that that was a prior commitment. With regard to where we are on the hybrid meeting item, we provided an update on that during strategic initiatives, and so we are anticipating being able to be back in person for hybrid meetings. I do believe that the city council as a body has talked about that before and directed council to develop hybrid meetings. And while we've sort of talked about it various times, I know Councilmember Hamilton has checked on it publicly, and so that was mentioned. And so I think everything that was requested, we are either going to do or you received an update tonight. But should the city council like a presentation on that at one of your next meetings as was initially requested, I just wanted to bring that back so we're clear.
Thank you very, very much for bringing that back and flagging it. I'll speak for myself. Just based on what you said, I'm not asking for a presentation. Mr. Hamilton, I just see a head nodding. Is that correct?
I mean, I think it's all really clear, and it was just summarized pretty well. I don't think another presentation is necessary.
I agree. I'm rescinding my request.
We all agree that there is no presentation, please. And thank you very much, City Manager, at this hour to recall that, flag it, and get that taken care of. Thank you. Any other council comments? Councilmember Medina.
Vice Mayor Mason beat me to it, you know. So happy Mother's Day to everyone. And it's, you know, they're the moms are best. So.
Councilmember Hamilton.
I concur about moms, and I just want to remind everyone that ballots have been mailed out, and our primary election is on June 7th. And regardless of your political bent and who you support, elections are extremely important, and everyone of voting age should be voting. It is super important, and please do vote.
Thank you. I'll cut out anything else. I just want to say thank you to staff for being not only starting your day and ending and now beginning your new day. Not that that's the way we want to have it done, but also I want to thank Lupita for helping us tonight. Thank you very kindly, and appreciate everybody's time and diligence, and thank you, staff. We, the City Council, are returning back to closed session. We had 2 items on closed session. The first item it took a long time. That was for going through the process for the appointment of an interim city attorney, and so therefore we weren't able to really get to our second topic. So we will go back into closed session. City manager sent us a link, council. So we will adjourn this meeting to the next regular scheduled city council meeting, which will be held on May 24th. Good morning, everyone.